like the bottom, walking around, doing the gestures.
But we made it.
Now you're live.
Okay.
So, what we're gonna do is share.
I feel like everyone is going to sit here. Both sides of the slide. I want to see it.
You know how to use YouTube Live? Maybe add some details and stuff. What's happening? And then in the description of the...
Yeah.
I was going for YAS.
Lighting. Yes. Lighting lights.
Feels more spotlighted.
Yes.
It's like the Oscar.
It feels like you're in a studio now, and now you're like a film or something.
You were more professional.
So much lighting now.
No, with this. This is what happens to stars.
You have your papers?
Actually, I did that, and then I'm going to stop reading them. It makes me more anxious when I'm actually reading. Yeah, I'm way faster than just talking and saying. I will recite the
Yes, please. You only have one shot, you know, it's a chance to grow, one opportunity, once in a lifetime. We did, I did Mambo number 5, a little bit of climate action, a little bit of energy, a little bit of the policies of energy, a little bit of qualities education, small access.
No.
But there was only a certain video that filmed it. No, I like to prefer
In approximately 5 minutes, we're going to start. We're just waiting for more people in case they want to come. You ready?
Did you send the Zoom invites to Michael?
Yes.
Yeah, because he asked me yesterday and I said like, oh, you're probably receiving Did you allow clicker? Did you enable clicker?
Yeah, it was working. It's just
Just me.
sorry.
Didn't know your Facebook information. I think the correct answer is
It's the only time that I use solar than
I challenged this several times and I dropped it. I think after like 10 minutes. Maybe you should have the slides on. Yeah. Yes. In fact,
Τότε πήγα.
Τι, παιδεύεις και μάχη. Μας παιδεύσει.
One viewer.
Δεν το καλό μας το λάθος.
Πώς το βάλουμε πίσω στο...
Στο presentation.
Hello everyone, we're going to begin in 5 minutes, okay? So bear with us.
Is there an option for to post the video? No, but here should be an option for I need the option to electronically, yes. To share the YouTube. And then I will check on the page to be given.
We share.
We are right on the second page on the event as
But I didn't see what set up.
But I've already got it. I want to share the
Now I can show you how I go to setting. Because I take a picture and see people like this. You were like, what the But there is no
It's watching the
camera. I'm gonna be able to start just because of that. Biggest
Okay, it's getting more silent, so I think it's time to start. I would like to welcome you all. It's my great pleasure to welcome you in the SDGs in Cyprus between challenges and actions, our conference here in Nicosia. We're very grateful to the European Solidarity. Okay. We're very grateful to the European Solidarity Corps funding program for the implementation of this event, and we're also fortunate to have the support of the Cyprus Youth Board. Also, I would like to thank our YAS project team, whom I hope that you are going to get to meet during this conference. As you know or might not, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015, provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. At its heart are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, you're going to hear them as SDGs from now on, which are an urgent call action by all countries developed and developing in a global partnership. The aim of this conference, I will figure it out. The aim of this conference is actually to convey the magic of how multi-stakeholders at national level can deliver extraordinary results towards the Sustainable Development Goals and to provide a guidance on how to build robust and effective collaboration. If we actually have to give special focus to one particular SDG, we're summing up to the partnership for the goals. I do believe in the power of individual, but mostly we believe in the power of union. The conference theme is the SDGs in Cyprus between challenges and actions. So, are there any challenges in relation to the SDGs? How well we are performing, having in mind that we are less than 10 years reaching the deadline for the achievement of the SDGs. So, are there any challenges in regards to the environmental SDGs? Have we reached the goal for responsible consumption and production? Have we reached the goal 13 or 15? Are there any challenges in regards to the social SDGs? I mean, do we reduce gender inequalities? Have we reduced gender equality in general? Can we say that we have peace, justice, and strong institutions? Are there any challenges in regards to the economic SDGs? Have we eliminated poverty? Can we say that we have decent work and economic growth? As you can figure it out from these infographics, no, we haven't reached the goals. So the whole purpose of this conference is to become depressed and say about all the things we haven't done? No. The whole point of this conference is to shed some light to good practices and to actions that are taken towards the SDGs. So we have organized the conference in 3 sessions. The first session is the environmental SDGs, and we have invited people who are actually taking action. Our speakers, Clelia Vasiliou, who is the Commissioner for the Environment, Orestes Matsas representing the Friends of YEU Cyprus, Orestes Kargotis representing Terra Kypria, and Vasilis Christofi representing both the Polish Association of Agros and Youth Dynamics. We also invited people who are taking action concerning the social SDGs. We have invited in particular Andri Sava on behalf of the Commissioner for Gender Equality. We have invited Christina Gaili, representing the Mediterranean Institute of Gender Studies, Mikhail Goken, most probably pronounced that not correctly, but it's okay, Director of the Project Phoenix, and Evi Grut and Kemal Asik, representing the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research. And for the last session of the first part of this conference, we have invited people who are taking action towards the economic SDGs. In particular, we have invited Alexandros Alexandrou, representing the Ministry of Labour, Welfare and Social Insurance, Eleni Garaouli, representing the National Anti-Poverty Network Cyprus, Philippos Drushotis, on behalf of the Sustainable Tourism Initiative, and Kelly Koulitsou, representing the Fashion Revolution Cyprus. But this is the first session of this conference. We have a second part, which you are invited to take action. Only your presence here is the first step towards the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, and actually you are strongly invited to stay up to the last part, to join us on lunch, of course, but also to discuss on the roundtable discussions on personal initiatives or maybe collective initiatives, or to start something together. So, who am I? Why I'm here, why I'm talking? My name is Valando. I'm representing YEU Cyprus, which stands for Youth for Exchange and Understanding. Who we are? We are a non-political, non-governmental organization. We are based in Cyprus, in particular in Nicosia. We have been established since 1995. We're a full member of the Cyprus Youth Council, a member of the advisory body of the Cyprus Youth Board, a member of YEU International Platform, which is under the European Youth Forum umbrella, and a member of the Anna Lindh Foundation, and also a Eurodust multiplier. But actually, this is just information. Who we are is what we do. And what we do is to foster closer cooperation and better understanding among the young people of the world through the exchange of information, experiences, and ideas. And you have already found the 2 words in our name, understanding and exchange. What we also do is to advocate on the rights of young people and, of course, empower the voice of young people through youth dialogue conferences aiming at policy making under the Erasmus Plus and other programs. And what I have said, and I'm going to repeat quite a lot of time, is that in the last part of this conference, you are strongly invited to take the step and talk and discuss about your thoughts and your actions towards the SDGs. So, how we do it? We are using non-formal education and experiential learning. This might doesn't say a lot, but actually if we're focused in the local and global actions that we're taking, maybe you're gonna get a more clear image. So, in a local level, we aim to engage and empower young people on a variety of topics through the Theatre of the Oppressed, human libraries, workshops and seminars on different topics, street festivals, public debates, public interventions, field trips, and through conferences. This is our first conference, for any mistakes forgive us, but we're very excited for that. And also on a global level, we are organizing and delivering training courses, youth exchanges, European Solidarity Corps, which is very important, is the project that, because of that, we are here. We have our YAS team. You're going to meet Philip in a few seconds, who is going to tell you more about it. We are also working on partnership building activities, seminars, SAFTA events, and the YEU International Youth Convention. So if you find anything of this interesting, or if you like us during this meeting, please, you can find us even in person in Ezekia Papaioannou. You can call us, you can email us, and of course, follow us and send us a message on Facebook and Instagram. So this is pretty much all for me. I would like just to point out that in case that you should have your safe pass, either a 72-hour rapid test or PCR test or the vaccination card. I'm not a policewoman, I'm not going to check. The police comes, they have this authority. Also keep in mind that the event is recorded and is live streamed on Facebook. So this is pretty much about me, and I'm giving the step to Philip Cortina to tell you a little bit more about the YAS project. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Philip, and I'm a volunteer at the Youth for Action and Sustainability project. Youth for Action and Sustainability, or YAS in short, is a ESC project, European Solidarity Corps project, that started in August last year with a duration of 12 months. The project gathered 7 individuals from across the European Union and brought them to Cyprus, with an aim to increase the awareness on sustainable development goals here. About these things. Raise your hand, please, if you heard about sustainable development goals in the past, before this conference. Wow, I see a lot of hands up, so I think we did a good job doing it. Sustainable development goals were set by the United Nations in 2015, with an aim to achieve them by 2030. There are 17 goals in total, covering major challenges that we face globally today. And they are basically designed as a blueprint to achieving prosperity, peace, and sustainable development for all. But how is Cyprus doing? On the Sustainable Development Goal 6, which aims to ensure clean water and sanitation for all, it's not doing well. Cyprus is one of the countries with least amount of water per capita in the European Union. On SDG 7, affordable energy, Cyprus in 2018 imported more than 92% of the energy it consumed. That's more than half of that's all. While the average in the European Union was 58%. But let's get more data. In green, you can see all of the SDGs that have already been achieved. While in red, you can see all of the SDGs that have major challenges in front of them. This is not a competition, but if it were, out of 31 countries that were surveyed in Europe, Cyprus came in 29th. But right now, I would like to focus on solutions, not problems. So here are the projects that YAS project team did. We had a YAS show on Lemoni Radio. Every Monday, we would have a show from 4 to 6 p.m. talking about different topics surrounding SDGs and connecting them with good music. For Christmas, we had a donation and giveaways that we donated toys and hygienic supplies to children in need. We also had a park cleanup. In less than half an hour, we managed to gather 3 full bags of trash. On the CSR Fair project, we connected NGOs that are doing meaningful work with corporates and businesses that can support them and they can collaborate with to increase their impact. SDG Café, which started in January through a series of webinars, now host conversations and discussions in person with experts talking about their fields and their SDGs that they are achieving. The YAS team also organized a YAS scavenger hunt, where while you can explore the city, you can also explore the SDGs. And of course, because of coronavirus that happened during our project, we had to go digital. So the first thing we did was we made infographics for all SDGs, and we connected them to Cyprus. You can also find the calls to action on our Facebook and social media sites. And we combined all of those calls to actions and infographics that we did in a booklet that you all got in your gift bags. We did several giveaways where we tried to increase our audience on our social media, which were successful. On YAS, on Humans of Cyprus project, we interviewed locals from the community, and we connected it to the SDGs that they are solving. So we are sharing their stories and the meaningful work that they are doing. And last but not least, to cater to younger audiences, we made memes. And as Bernie Sanders would say, I am once again asking you for you to recycle. So please don't leave waste after you in this conference. To conclude, I would like to thank you all for coming today. And I hope that our actions and events gave you some inspiration and motivation to take action yourself. Thank you.
Thanks to technology, our next speaker, Nicola Sharon, representing the SDSN Cyprus, will be online if we don't have any technical issues. So let's give a step to our first guest speaker on representing the Sustainable Development Network Solutions in Cyprus. And he's going to be with us in a bit. So there is some tension. Here it is. Hello, welcome. Can you hear us? Okay, we have an issue.
Bear with us a little bit, everyone.
So now, we cannot hear you actually. Let me. One second. We were expecting that, so.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now actually we can hear you.
Ah, wonderful.
This is
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you better than everyone here.
Oh, wonderful. So, even better.
When you're ready.
Will I be able to share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I give it.
Can you see a PowerPoint?
Yes, we can.
And now? Yes?
Yes. Also.
Okay. Do you want me to start?
Yep. Whenever you feel ready. Whenever you feel ready.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. It's really an honor to be involved in this event today. I'm representing today SDSN Cyprus, which was set up in June. It was launched in June last year, so it's a very young network. And the aim of SDSN Cyprus is it's part of a much bigger global network called the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which is linked to the United Nations and which aims to promote the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals around the world. Our members include most of the universities in Cyprus, and our partners include many NGOs or environmental NGOs and other NGOs working on the SDGs on a daily basis. And our aim is really to help Cyprus as an island to improve its implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And the starting point is this report that was produced in 2020 by SDSN Europe, looking at the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in all the different European countries. Now, unfortunately, overall, of course, Europe is on track to achieve many of the goals, but there are still significant gaps. And in particular, some of the countries in Southeast and Eastern Europe are still ranking much lower than the rest of Europe. And unfortunately, Cyprus is one of them. We came in the bottom third in this particular ranking with an SDG index score of 60. 60 is essentially 60 out of 100, which is really below the European average. So we, as SDSN Cyprus, decided to analyze a little bit some of the reasons behind that and to look at the individual sustainable development goals. I don't need to repeat the goals for you at this stage. I think everybody in this room understands the goals better than anyone. So here we are. If you look at the bottom of the table, Cyprus, Romania and Bulgaria, and you can see a trend on the southeastern part of Europe where we seem to be failing to implement the goals as fast as the European average. There is a lot of heterogeneity also between the different goals, but as you can see, not a single one of the goals here is marked as green, which would mean that we're close or we have achieved, let's say, that goal. We have at best some yellow, a bit of orange, and a lot of red. Red really means that major challenges remain. But remember, bear in mind that when a report is produced in 2020, of course, it draws on information from several years before that. So, as you will see at the end of my presentation, it's not all bad news. The other thing that we measure is what is called the spillover index, which is how our problems implementing the SDGs might impact other countries. Here we're doing a little bit better. If you get 100 on the spillover index, you are doing well, and if you get 0, you're doing very badly. I guess being a small island, we have very little impact, positive or negative, on the neighborhood, and so we're very close to the spillover average in this case. But let's have a look at the goals themselves. Poverty. You think, okay, we're a pretty rich country, but we have suffered 2 economic crises, one in 2013 and one more recently because of COVID. But we are actually on track to achieving this particular SDG. SDG 2, hunger, this may surprise some of you. You would think that in Cyprus, I mean, I've been here for 20 years, I've never eaten so well as when I've been living in Cyprus. I mean, it seems that nobody here is underfed. But here's the trick. You have to look at the indicators behind these headlines of the SDGs. The worst indicator for us in terms of hunger is actually nothing to do with hunger itself. It's to do with the fact that we're using huge amounts of nitrogen, in other words, fertilizers, in our agriculture. So in other words, to produce the food, the ecological footprint to produce the food that we eat is quite high. In fact, it's double the threshold that's needed to put us in the red. In fact, Cyprus has a very high per capita use of pesticides and fertilizers, which is something we need to work on. In terms of health, again, we have a reasonably very good healthcare service in Cyprus. Here we got penalized a little bit because a lot of people in Cyprus have out-of-pocket expenses in terms of medical fees. But you have to understand that this data was collected before we had YEU, before we had the General Health Service. I would suspect that if you had more recent data, we would be in the green for health. Education. Again, we have a high quality education in Cyprus, and yet we're in the orange zone. There are indications of improvement, but we're not doing so well on the PISA scores, which are kind of standardized tests where you test basic skills of students of a specific age across Europe in mathematics and other fields, and there we're slightly below the green, and we're doing pretty poorly in terms of science. I think there's a strong need here for reinforcement of STEM activities in particular, if we want to move up the rankings. Sorry. Gender. Well, here I would struggle to find any excuse for our poor performance in terms of gender. It's not just that we're doing badly, it's that we don't seem to be making any serious changes either. There are a very high percentage of people inactive due to caring for other people's responsibilities, and it seems that the work environment doesn't make provisions for those people to be able to also continue working in many cases. Women's representation in Parliament, it was 17% in 2016, which was pretty bad, and in the recent elections, if I'm correct, it was 14%, so it's actually getting worse. So symbolically, it's great that we have, as the head of the parliament, a woman was elected, but it doesn't change the overall statistics in terms of representation. It doesn't change the statistics in terms of the percentage of women in senior management positions in the private sector, which is the threshold to be green would be 40%, and we scored 9%. Water and sanitation. Obviously, given the climate in Cyprus, water was always going to be a problem, but we are extracting more fresh water than we are getting. The water balance is not getting better. And so, yes, we can blame the climate, but at the same time, knowing that the climate is going to get worse, we need to actively do something about this. Energy. Again, we're improving slightly, but we have some problems in both sides of the energy equation. One is on the energy efficiency. Too many of our homes are still not energy efficient, and there is a considerable amount of energy poverty. This may surprise you in a country like Cyprus, but if you bear in mind that the SDGs don't just apply to Cypriots, they apply to everybody who lives on this island. A lot of migrants, for example, are housed in very poor conditions. But we do need to work on energy efficiency in the built environment. And our share on the energy production side of the equation, less than 10% of our energy is renewable, which again is something we really need to work on. In terms of economic growth, okay, we're on the right track. We did suffer from 2 financial crises, and if you had asked this question before 2013, unemployment was not an issue. You would not have NEET, which is young people who are neither in employment or training, and yet this sequence of 2 financial crises in the space of a decade has taken its toll. In terms of industry, innovation, infrastructure, we are improving, but we still have a long way to go. And one of the major problems is we are not investing enough in research and development. Our investment is 0.5% of the GDP. And we have very few researchers in Cyprus. It seems a lot of our talented young researchers go and find jobs abroad. We have a certain amount of brain drain. And our digital literacy among older people is below average, although I suspect among the young it's probably above average. But we need to do something to invest more to bring young Cypriot scientists back to Cyprus. In terms of inequalities, very disappointingly, there was not enough data available to even draw a conclusion. In terms of sustainable cities and communities, we're in the red zone. We're dragged down by all sorts of things. Again, poor quality dwellings, which may surprise some of you, but it's the case. Remember, we're dealing with everyone who lives in Cyprus. A low rate of recycling, high rates of particulate matter in the air quality. Now, of course, a lot of that is not our fault. You know, when you have dust coming from the Sahara, pollution coming from Southeast Europe, we can't necessarily be blamed for that. In terms of consumption and production, again, we are not quite there in terms of a green circular economy. We have a lot of work to do, but if you look at the recent resilience and recovery plan for COVID, I think the circular economy will play a more central role from now on. Climate change, again, this is disappointing because in Southeast Europe we're among the worst victims of climate change. And yet our greenhouse gas emissions, which are small by global standards, but they are very high per capita. So we're not doing much in terms of climate mitigation. In terms of protecting wildlife, again here, you've probably seen the headlines. We have been fined by the European Union for breaking all sorts of directives relating to conservation. We do have some success stories, though. It's not all bad news. So for example, our beaches are the cleanest in Europe. The quality of our coastal waters is very good. There are also problems that put us in the red that are not really our fault. Both for life on land and life underwater. The way they measure the percentage of protected areas is they look at the area which is protected and they divide it by the total surface area of the country. Well, the problem is that the Republic of Cyprus doesn't control about a third of the island because of the conflict. And so we get penalized in terms of we not being able to establish protected areas in parts that we don't control. So again, we have to analyze this data with a certain amount of intelligence. In terms of peace and justice, strong institutions, we're actually in the yellow, but we're close to green, and we're actually doing okay. Partnership for the goals, though, we're not doing well, and this is because traditionally Cyprus, it is a small country, but even as a percentage of GDP, we don't invest very much at all in overseas development assistance. So let's bear in mind some caveats when we interpret all of this. Remember that some of this data is from several years before. Some data points are from 2010. Okay, so let's not interpret this data completely at face value. Also, remember, we don't report directly. So, for example, Cyprus did submit a voluntary national review in June this year, but that's not where the data for the SDGs come from. It's gathered from UN agencies, from WHO, from OECD, from Eurostat. And so we need to bear in mind that whenever we're reporting on anything that relates to the SDGs to other organizations, eventually it could make its way into an SDG report, and you should be aware of this. As I mentioned before, pollution. Some pollution is our fault, some pollution isn't. A lot of the pollution, the particulate matter that comes from Eastern Europe, from North Africa because of the wind flows, and then we get penalized for that in the SDGs. So we have to be very careful about that, and to embark in a dialogue with people compiling these reports to explain to them the situation. And the same issue with surface area, which again, we're penalized because we don't control the entirety of the island. Things are moving forwards though. The Statistical Service is coming up with a full set of indicators and an indicator report. The voluntary national review was submitted in June. We are including now the SDGs are actually being embedded into strategic plans of the government. So, for example, the COVID Resilience and Recovery Plan, our contribution to the European Green Deal, the National Energy and Climate Plan, and even actually into the budget. And so everything is being cross-referenced. And this is a massive, massive progress. And this will make a difference, but not now, in 1 or 2 years' time. But these are important developments. The UN is also here helping to develop a monitoring plan for the SDGs. So these things which I'm showing you now, if we look at a report in 2 or 3 years' time, I believe that this will make a difference. The pandemic, of course, has caused problems. None of the EU countries was on a path to achieve all the SDGs by 2030, and the pandemic has actually further slowed this progression. So it has been a serious setback, and of course when you have economic problems that come out of the pandemic, you also have less funding available to deal with the SDGs. But overall, okay, the overall trend, if you look in the long term, is that the EU overall is improving. Eastern and Southern Europe did start with a lower SDG score overall, but we are catching up slowly, so that is also good news, but the gaps remain quite large. Yesterday, there was another event where the Global Sustainable Development Report for 2021 was launched. And this has some interesting and surprising news. So we are still ranked pretty much around 40th globally. We're still in the bottom 3 in the EU, but the report paints a much more positive picture because it relies, first of all, on different indicators. So you have to understand when these reports are compiled, not all the indicators of every SDG are used. The global reports tend to be more comprehensive and use a wider range of indicators, and this seems to have benefited Cyprus in particular. And some of the actions that I mentioned in the previous slide also maybe have helped to improve our scores. So, first of all, globally, as we've seen for the first time since SDG index was measured, the global performance has actually gone down, and this can be blamed on the pandemic. But let's look at Cyprus at this table at the bottom here. At the top is the European report that I've been talking about, and at the bottom is the global report. As you can see, we've shifted into the green in some cases, from red to yellow in others, from red to orange. So there is a definite improvement here, although you can't really directly compare the two reports because they're not using exactly the same set of indicators. But generally, to be internally consistent, if you look within the global report, you see that Cyprus is improving in terms of SDG 1, SDG 4, SDG 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, 16. So we are improving, and we don't seem to be getting worse for any of these SDGs, at least as far as the global report is concerned. So I think it's a nice, in a way, a nice positive note to end on, that there is hope and something is happening, something good is happening here in Cyprus. So thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay, I hope that you can hear us. Yes? No? Maybe if okay, I'm standing back. Maybe now you can hear us? No.
You have to change on the audio settings again.
Okay. Speakers. I think that was the one that was using before. Okay. Now you can hear us? Okay. We can hear you though, so it would be weird.
I can hear you.
Okay. That's good news. So I'm glad that I'm not glad actually. Our performance in the SDGs is worse than Eurovision. So yeah, it's quite weird. I wanted to say that joke pretty bad. So if there are any questions about Mr. Jorod, we would like them to pose now because we would like to let him out. Are there any questions? I know it's the first session. You still need some warm up. We have a question.
I have one actually, because you mentioned that regarding the SDG number 16, Cyprus is already almost in the green level. But how is that possible when the island is divided and there's a peacekeeping mission?
Because SDG 16 doesn't measure that. Again, if I can make a Eurovision joke, the devil is in the detail. If you can go online and look at the indicators for each SDG, they're not looking at external conflicts, for example, as what they're looking at is internal peace in the way that is a social cohesion, in a way, I think that's what you would call it.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Oh, we have another question.
Here.
Okay. It will be quite hard to transfer the information, but we'll figure out. Maybe we'll pass the microphone. Now it feels like Eurovision. Maybe you're lucky for not being here. Let me check one more time.
Apologies.
I think we can sit loudly.
Maybe can I come there?
Maybe if you like to come to the podium. Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't mind, thank you.
Actually, you can talk in the podium and.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for the information. Very, very useful. Eleni Karaoli, I will speak on poverty issues.
One second, Mr. Can you hear us?
I can barely hear you.
Okay, I thought so. So maybe.
Can you hear me now?
No. Not yet.
I think we're getting here to hear us.
Is it okay now? Can you hear me?
No. Check. Works. Maybe if you step up a little bit the microphone.
Is this better now?
No? And then take my seat and.
We'll do it the old-fashioned way.
The mixed thing is quite harsh, but we're getting into it.
So now you can hear us?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
awesome.
I'm Eleni Karaoli. I will make some reporting on poverty issues, but I mean the fact that we have no data for inequality is very disturbing for us. And to see that poverty is going to maybe green without the data for the COVID and any data regarding inward poverty, which is a new trend, not only in Cyprus but all over the world. It's also something that I would like you maybe to comment. The National Plan for the Recovery and the Resilience, I mean, our government had no public consultation on the matter. They prepare it in the offices, they send it to European Union, they discuss it with the European Union. Civil society has no idea what's in the plan. And finally, the SDG 8, economic growth. Yes, numbers are good, but is this model of growth sustainable, taking into account environment? Thank you.
Yes, so maybe I'll start with your last question. I mean, the sustainability is, of course, measured by all the other SDGs. So you can make your own mind up. You've seen how much red and orange we have about how sustainable our model is right now, right? In terms of the National Recovery Plan, I'm working my way in reverse. Maybe, I'm not involved in, I don't work for the government, so I don't know what the consultations were like. But I don't think it's possible to say that we don't know what's in it because it's published online, it's publicly available. As for the absence of data, yeah, it's a problem because, for example, especially on inequality, I think that but as you saw in the SDG 21 report, there was data available. So I think it depends on the choice of indicators that they use. Remember, the people who do these reports, they're not thinking of Cyprus, they're thinking of the whole of Europe, so they're looking at indicators that are most common across Europe, and the ones who are doing the global report, they're thinking of all 196 countries. So you will have one country or another that doesn't fit very well or doesn't have enough data for specific SDG.
Do we have more questions? No? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. It went well. we were kind of worried about the whole mixed up thing, but thank you for having me. Goodbye, have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and have a good continuation.
Thank you, bye.
Thank you, bye.
would like to give step to the youth worker Anna Litra, representing it. Okay, now we have the microphones open, it's quite obvious. Representing the Youth Board of Cyprus. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Valando. We would like to express our pleasure for being here today and, of course, congratulate the YEU for this initiative. These kind of discussions and debates are always encouraged by the Youth Board since they give the space to young people to get informed on these important and interesting topics such as SDGs, but also interact with policymakers and other officials and have an active role in policy discussions and taking measures for better implementation. So,
you can use that feature.
This one?
Yeah, the upper part.
So now we will present some policies and programs run by the Youth Board of Cyprus, which, as you may know, is the semi-governmental organization in Cyprus responsible for youth affairs. First of all, the first question I would like to address is how the Youth Board contributes to the implementation of SDGs. And it's taking place through its two main pillars. The first one is the engagement and the active role that the Youth Board has in youth policy issues. And the second is through its programs and services targeting young people, youth workers, youth leaders, and youth professionals. So let's see these two main pillars. The first one, of course, is the implementation of the National Youth Strategy, which was established in 2017. I suppose that some of you may have participated in this participatory process in the youth conferences that we organized for setting and drafting the strategy. And as we will see in the next slide, there are 8 fields of action within this strategy which are correlated with the SDGs. Of course, the Youth Board has the role of coordinator as the responsible authority for youth policy issues in Cyprus, and in cooperation with the National Working Group consisted of several ministries and agencies, implement this strategy, which includes all the programs, measures and policies for youth in Cyprus. It's actually the first policy document that is dedicated to youth in Cyprus. So here we can see the 8 fields of action, which is employment, entrepreneurship, creativity and culture, education, youth and the world, which include sustainability issues as well, volunteerism, participation, health and well-being, social inclusion. As you can see, some of them are quite related and connected with the targets of Agenda 2030. And as we said before, under each of these fields, there are certain targets and priorities that were set by young people in cooperation with the ministries and agencies, and all the measures and projects run by the government for youth. The strategy started in 2017 and will be completed in 2022. So, going to the second pillar, let's go through some projects and services run by the Youth Board of Cyprus. Only some of the programs are presented here due to the limited time. So I encourage you to go at the Youth Board's website and have a look at all the available programs that address young people or youth workers. So let's start with one of, let's say, most popular programs of Youth Board, which is Youth Initiatives. Youth Initiatives is a national funding scheme for young people aged 13 to 35. So informal youth groups, youth organizations, youth clubs and associations, even individuals can apply for funding in order to carry out, organize their activity or project. So the program is actually giving incentives to young people in order to get an active role in social, political, cultural life in Cyprus. The non-formal learning, the informal learning is basically the method used during these projects. And active citizenship and volunteerism are also basic characteristics of these projects. Just to give an example, projects that are funded through youth initiatives are cultural, like festivals, environmental projects like cleanups, dialogue projects promoting the dialogue between young people and policymakers on a specific topic, and many other topics like on peace, justice, between common activities between Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot young people. So it's quite open to any kind of activities. And going now to the EU funding schemes, the Youth Board acts as the national agency of the two EU programs, European Solidarity Corps and Erasmus+. And we are very glad to see that actually this conference is taking place with the support of the EU funds in the frame of a YAS project that was approved by the Youth Board of Cyprus. And we're also happy to see that volunteers are actually contributing to this, and it's a real learning experience for them, because this is what European programs want to achieve. So, as the National Agency of the European Solidarity Corps, we support volunteering projects for young people 18 to 30. Again, youth NGOs and youth informal groups can apply to the program. And the aim is to support solidarity throughout Europe through volunteering and solidarity projects. And the second, let's say, and the most well-known program of EU, Erasmus+, which was actually launched yesterday in Nicosia, provides opportunities to young people and youth workers as well. So we accept applications for youth organizations, associations, and informal groups of young people in order to organize youth exchanges, mobilities of youth workers, youth participation activities, which facilitate dialogue again, and partnerships between institutions, educational organizations, and even profit organizations. So for this year, the national agency has set as priorities digital transformation, inclusion, participation in democratic life, environment, and it actually organizes several activities around these topics. And let's go now to another program which is actually connected to quality education for all, especially in the field of non-formal and informal learning, which is the STEAMers. The STEAMer stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts and Mathematics. A series of workshops on robotics, coding, filmmaking, photography and graphic design are organized by specialized trainers for young people aged 6 to 35. And of course, we aim through this program to enhance the personal, professional development, creativity, communication and creative skills of young people. And of course, every young person needs to be informed on the opportunities and rights that they have. So the Youth Board of Cyprus has actually 6 information centers in Cyprus. Nicosia, Limassol, Larnaca, Paphos, Amohostos, and one in Agros. And it's known as GEPI as well. So GEPI actually provide information to any interested young person on a wide range of youth issues. And they also organize specific workshops on startups, on recycling, on digital skills, on technology and culture. They also act as multipliers of Eurodesk network, and they provide information on European opportunities and policies. They also provide their space for any youth organization wants to carry out a meeting or organize something at the very youth-friendly space which they are located. And one last part of the services provided by the Youth Board, which was actually proved very useful, especially during the pandemic, was the counseling services. For example, the helpline 1410 operates for free. Anyone can call and get advice, support, guidance on issues like addictions, depression, and school bullying. This line also operates online through their website. And for those who want to get more individualized support, they can also call and have a meeting with the experts working at the Protasi counseling services and discuss any difficulties or problems they face. And last, concerning professional and career development, the Youth Board also runs the career counseling services, which provide not only advice to young people who want to see what opportunities they have for their career, but also organize workshops on soft skills and career academies. So these are also connected not only to the SDG of education, but also to health and well-being of young people. So if we had to choose, for example, the most relevant SDGs in connection to what the Youth Board is doing and implementing, we would say that, of course, quality education, well-being of young people, justice and social cohesion, but also reducing inequalities, let's say, are at the core of our action. But of course, all the SDGs are somehow connected because there are so many activities taking place by the organizations, by the young participants that are taking place in this program. So we believe that the connection is more horizontal. So let me take this opportunity just to present you some summer events and workshops that we are organizing in June and July. These are just some of the events running now. So if you want more information or details, just have a look at our website or social media, and you will find the registration and all the information. We have, for example, the Creativity and Leadership School for young people aged 18 to 35 with lectures on startups, on well-being, on professional and personal development. We also have an activity in Agros, which is also funded by the European Solidarity Corps, but it's organized by the national agency. And it's for young people that want to help their community to work on an idea. So they will meet with other young people for a 3-day seminar, and through non-formal learning activities, they will come up with an idea that will that can be implemented through the European Solidarity Corps. So last one, I think we have the Steamers Academy. which is again a summer activity for young people 18 to 35, with workshops on robotics, design, website design, Photoshop, programming, and all these things that are basically essential to the post-COVID era, let's say. So, this is the last one, but I would like to say in conclusion that, of course, in any strategy there are, of course, challenges, and it's not easy, as the previous speaker said. Things are going well, but we still have a long way to go. We have to establish a cross-sectoral cooperation. We have to build on the commitment of all stakeholders. We have to find the mechanism for participation. And I would like to say that this conference day is at least a prominent example of how we can work all together and find our way towards SDGs implementation. So it's a good start, and I hope that we will continue working like that. Thank you.
So is there any questions?
Yes.
To ending our welcome session, do you have any questions? Okay.
Yes, Sally. Would you like to come
I was
here?
wondering if the trainings or workshops are only dedicated to the city of youngsters, or can migrants, for example, attend them?
Could you please repeat your question a bit louder?
I was wondering if the workshops that you mentioned, or the trainings, so whatever activities that the youth board is organizing, are those open for other people besides city of youngsters? For migrants, for example, can they apply as well for workshops?
Yes, they are open to all young people resident in Cyprus. Yeah.
Okay, we have another question from.
Yes.
How do you spread the knowledge for all these activities? I mean, because all this work is amazing.
Yes.
So how do you spread it so that more people can actually be in this?
Yeah. Thank you very much for your kind words. First of all, yes, a challenge is, of course, is to reach as more people as possible. So we're actually quite active on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We have good youth NGOs as collaborators, so we spread the message through our advisory bodies, and we also have a communication strategy presenting our activities on TV and radio interviews. But it depends always on the other side as well, if they want to look and find something. I mean, we can do whatever we can, but of course any person interested should look into the opportunities and of course come back to us for more information.
Perhaps you could reach out to schools maybe from the new academic year. Hopefully if they go back to school, they will go back to school. But maybe you should target also the schools.
Yes, students. We organize visits actually at schools with Eurodesk multipliers, and we provide them with information. We target teachers as well and young parents, because these are the groups of people affecting and informing young people. And also, I was about to say that apart from schools, we also have activities targeting young people. For example, now we're having a summer school for students, pupils actually, from 9 to 12 years old. So we offer, a variety of activities for various ranges of age range.
Actually, Christina made a really good point, because what I see from our team of volunteers, they're really well aware all the opportunities they have. In Cyprus, we have to cultivate this kind of mentality of movements, trainings.
Yeah.
But I think we're making a progress on that.
Yes, as I said before, we need, of course, the commitment, the cooperation of all, because it's not only, one body, but it's a whole network. And thank you for that.
Okay, are there any more questions? Okay, so with this, we're ending the welcome session. Thank you very much. I would like to invite our speakers for the environmental SDGs to take a step here. It becomes more formalish as the time passes by. I'm missing one of the speakers, but yeah, okay. So. It's more intensive, but we need to gather here for the questions. So I would like to invite Claria Vasiliou, the Commissioner of the Environment, to give us a speech about the initiatives. Do you have a presentation? No, it's a speech. Okay, thank you.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for today's conference, an invitation to participate, but also to welcome this effort to delve into the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which seem like the obvious path to better days. The need to regulate inequalities as an urgent need to balance physical cycles and physical functions so that the mechanism of sustainability can be based on its natural evolution. Nature is a great teacher and provider, surrounds us with solutions and answers to all the great challenges we face as societies. Throughout this scheme, biodiversity plays a catalytic role, not only in nature, but also in humans. Problems begin and end where human parasitically behaves authoritatively in a form in which he is simply not strong, but part. Today we seem to realize it, and we must again learn to coexist. In recent years, the words have been given different interpretation in terms of our needs or our convenience, to put it more characteristically, in bringing the rendering of meanings to the extent that it serves us. Sustainability as the candy word, but also sustainability as a path forward, expanded the problem which from the beginning should be addressed as a problem to be solved on the basis of natural functions. In this axis, it is understood that we cannot operate in fragments, neither to underestimate nor to devalue nor to overemphasize the needs of one group over another, but to the extent of collectively see how we can honestly work to improve the quality of life of ourselves and our fellow citizens. We need this sharing. We need this understanding of our need to first understand that humans have our own terroir, but also our own position as a receptor and provider within physical functions. When nature acts undisturbed by human parasitic existence, and when there is an understanding of one's position as part of the whole, and not the planet ruler, then we humans can work miracles. When we're talking about eliminating poverty, is the first goal. If we are in the process of thinking about what we mean by poverty, we must look at the first and most basic principle, work and resource efficiency. From the beginning and with the inception of my duties, I have made it clear that in my perception, in a man-made natural environment such as that of Cyprus, environmental protection requires the involvement of local communities, to protect them, to involve them, to educate them, but also to take advantage of the local wisdom. If we take, for example, 30% of our land, which is Natura areas, we have to work strictly on the protection regime, at the same time that we must not ignore the needs of local communities to work. So if Paralimni Lake becomes a destination for alternative bird-watching tourism, based on more than 100 species that it hosts, and if local companies adapt their branding in this direction, then it enables us to deal with the problem of seasonal work in the greater Famagusta area. Work now is limited to summer only, at the same time that protection becomes the financial resource. And if Paralimni is not good as an example, let's see what happens to the Troodos and Agama national parks and how much work could be given to the local population by the strict, but as an economic resource, protection of the areas. Turtle protection programs, mountain guides and trails, train the locals, businesses that base their menus on local crops and products. Then we have small systems of remunerative economy that support small chains, the local communities for the whole range of work. In fact, in a grid from which specialized scientific knowledge or technical professions are not absent. Erase hunger. Eliminated hunger is definitely a goal that concerns us all. In addition to the absolute need to limit food waste for all reasons and not just the obvious, we should also discuss land use. Our children today do not choose agricultural occupations, although the term includes the first and absolute meaning of human life, food. Our land is constantly covered with concrete, our gardens are covered with paved and ornate stones, or even grass, so that we do not leave room for weeds or vegetables. Not to go far, there is an absolute need to map the remaining land suitable for crops, reminding us that we are talking about the most fertile land for almost all products. The unique geology of our island in relation to our great hydrological characteristics, the microclimate and the proximity to the distances give us the best guarantees to adapt in such way the food security issues that the food supply where it is required is even free. And yes, those of us who do not use our land should find ways to distribute it to some who may be less fortunate than us, simply to produce the much needed food. But by caring for it as well, we provide it with oxygen, really crucial for the earth to breathe. Abandonment after use is in itself a fact and a threat. Establish good health and well-being. Our good health and well-being is largely based on our relationship with the natural elements. An easy way to see it is the feeling we get every time we're on a crystal clear beach, or in a mist forest at dawn, on a bright sunset, on the bird song, on a roaring waterfall, on a stream that flows silently. Whatever artificial means we put in our daily lives to calm us down and tame us, we always end up in nature for the ultimate balm. And here we must be careful to have. We owe the protection of all these elements because it is our own inner forces that find a response when man is attached to nature. He is domesticated and coexists. In addition to these romances, some say romances, so I must say it as well. In addition to these romances, we need to add the needs of energy security, noise reduction, balance in light pollution by creating darker skies, improving air quality. I cannot at all not refer to waste management. What we live now is not good for our health, neither for our aesthetics, nor for our dignity. Provide quality education. What else could be quality education besides the absolute need of people to understand as much as they can and as much as possible the magical functions of nature, close to the earth and for the earth? How can we human beings exist in harmony with nature at the same time that we are not trained in its powers? Its ecosystem services, environmental economics should be a big part of the issue of quality education, close to the earth and for the earth. Throughout this range, the need to trust the earth's sciences seems to be the greatest expression of respect for the human condition itself, as future citizens will design their own well-being. Architects on natural materials and bioclimatic, teachers of nature, economists who measure the quantities of exception from chemicals after we gave space to natural cleaners. Even technology can tame nature, but only serve it. Of course, they can coexist. Certainly, the digital age can give unthinkable range of innovation to be able to stop the damage we've done to our ecosystem. Empathy concerns all of the above. Enforce gender equality. In this goal, I will mention only the discussion I had with the forestry officials, and specifically about the process of establishing the Disha of Madari Trail, which is also my favorite. Those who have not visited, I highly recommend it. With no doubt, without the women workers of the Department of Forest, this work could not be done, they said, because they had patience and attention, stamina and emotion that made them insist on perfection, insist on delivering the trail, to take care of every detail, at the same time that we were soulless and we said, it is a battle we cannot win. They've done it. Improve clean water and sanitation. Huge priority for our land. As I said at the beginning, our Cyprus is characterized by an awesome hydrological internal natural network, which is based on its geology. People living as parasites, we people living as parasites, we contaminate this huge supply of land. Through the Recovery Fund and the European directives, a huge project for the protection and management of clean water in our country has been submitted and financed. But no project alone is enough at the same time that we have to manage our rivers properly. In parallel, we must control our waste, the use of pesticides, human access, our sewage and sewerage, the repair of reduction of dams. Humans' interventions should only take place to the extent that it does not create other problems in chain, but prevents and solves existing ones. Pure water is one of them. Grow affordable and clean energy. Our island is a place where the sun is almost magical. Our place is bright. In this context, the effort that has begun for the production of clean energy should continue, but with caution. The installation of the frames should be done on already loaded surfaces, without any other spending of useful land. What we have left must, as we said before, be maintained for our food needs, but also as habitats for wildlife. The ecosystem services provided to us through biodiversity, free of charge, need land to breathe in order to continue to provide us, but also to exist. We cannot devour everything and then look for fresh air and clean water. Without biodiversity, there are not as many artificial tools as we use. Yes, they can be very crucial and supporting tools, but not on the lead. Create decent work and economic growth. See all of the above. Increase industry, innovation and infrastructure, a goal that actually describes the European Green Deal. The need as recorded for its implementation with the simultaneous strategy of dealing with the climate crisis and the strategy for biodiversity point in the direction of the green economy and the natural life cycles of the products available in the market. In other words, circular economy came to stay. In very simple words, and not wanting to deprive more of your time, the adaptation and development of industry, innovation and infrastructure requires our shift to physical functions. Through the Thalia program, as described by the Ministry of Commerce, they lead exactly to this direction. The newly established Ministry of Innovation and the strategy of the Ministry of Transport give the pace of implementation of a need that was late, but it is absolutely necessary. Reduce inequality. There are no inequalities in nature because there are no measures of comparison. Only the law of nature is recorded and it's in perfect balance, no matter how extreme it sounds. Mobilize sustainable cities and communities. More parks, more functional roads, friendlier for pedestrians and cyclists, fewer cars, cleaner air, more shade, larger space for urban biodiversity. Influence responsible consumption and production. We have said it many times. We buy out of necessity and not out of greed. We reuse, we utilize, we correct, we lead to a more natural and friendly lifestyle. Recycle comes last. It's a matter of what we produce to recycle. Organize climate action. Many things, yes, must be pragmatic, we cannot change, but no one stops us from trying to use every idea, every tool, and every way to react in any way we can for the good of all of us. develop life below water, to give life to our seabed again. Our efforts to restore marine biodiversity must be intensified to clear the Mediterranean of the tons of plastic we have loaded if we do not want to see lakes instead of seas in the coming years. Advance life on land, guarantee peace, justice, and strong institutions, build partnerships for the goals. I could talk for hours about what we have to do. I could analyze the axes one by one in separate seminars for each, but that's not our goal today. We are at 0 point in time, and we have no more time in snoozing. We must all do this together, collectively and holistically, because the goal is actually one: to help humanity survive in all the dramas that our authoritarian position has created. And as for the planet, if we disappear, he will simply get rid of the headache we create. Thank you.
Actually, the question for this session will be at the end, after all of our speakers are going to talk. I would like to call Orestis Matsas, representing the Friends of the Earth Cyprus, to come to the podium. Thank you very much for your speech. Μπορείς να χρησιμοποιήσεις το κλικ και να θέλεις.
Πώς αλλάζει.
Πάνω προχωρά. Γιατί προχωράς.
Hello, my name is Orestis Matsas. I'm here on behalf of Friends of the Earth Cyprus. I will not be that comprehensive as Mrs. Clelia, and I'm sorry for that. I will do my best. I will talk about the 12th goal of Sustainable Development Goals, responsible consumption and production, and its challenges. This goal divided in 12 targets. The first one is the implementation of a 10-year framework of programs. I'm sorry. The first one is the implementation of a 10-year framework of programs. The second one is the sustainable management and efficient use of natural resources until 2030. The health per capita global food waste and the reduction of food losses along production and supply chains. The environmentally sound management of chemicals to reduce their release in air, water, and soil. The sustainably reduce waste generation through prevention, reduction, and recycling and reuse. The encourage of large and transnational companies to adopt sustainable practices. The promote of public procurement practices that are sustainable in accordance with national policies. And people around the world have the relevant information and awareness for sustainable development. The last three targets are the support of developing countries to strengthen their scientific and technological capacity, the monitor of sustainable development impacts for tourism and creating sustainable jobs, and promotes local culture and products, and to rationalize the inefficient fossil fuel subsidies to reflect their environmental impact. To confirm the problem, some facts about the challenges that we have on sustainable production and consumption. We have a rise in global material footprint and domestic material consumption up to 40% from the beginning of the century. And we can also see a rise of of this waste since 2010 until 27. We also have a major problem on electronic waste, which is its production growing year by year, but its recycling stays at the low percentages. For example, in 2019, the amount of e-waste was 7.3 kilos per capita, and only one quarter of this amount is documented that be managed in environmentally sustainable manner. About the subsidies in fossil fuels, we have, of course, a rise of these subsidies from 2015 until 2018, but fortunately we have decreasing of these subsidies because of the COVID, because of the pandemic, and the shock that the oil price had. A pilot review conducted in 2020 that companies based on UN Global Compact database shows that 85% of companies had the minimum requirements on sustainable issues, and from the GIE Sustainable Disclosure database we have only 40% of these companies that had advanced requirements on sustainable issues. About Cyprus, the overall ranking from TEDx shows that Cyprus is in 29th position out of 31 countries. We're gonna see why this actually happens. If the previous list was for the overall ranking for all of the SDGs. If we go deeper, we can see that, for example, the 12th goal about sustainable production and consumption is in red, which means that we have major challenges to face. But if we get deeper on this, we can see that actually we don't give data, we don't provide data to UN about the specific categories. The last data of more categories are in 2010 and 2012. And that data shows a bad situation in each category for Cyprus. Maybe the situation is not that bad in reality, but not providing the needed data show us in this bad situation. So what we need to do is actually to monitor each specific field, each specific category to help us get better. Sorry. Εμείς να μου κάνουμε έτσι. Απολογούμε.
Είναι το κινητό, γι' αυτό και...
Νομίζω να είναι για το κινητό.
Έβαλα το flight mode.
Starting with the sound effect.
Is it everything black? Is it everything bad? I know Mrs. Clelia wants to see the positive perspective of things. So we have to talk about the progress that we have. Πάντως έβαλα το slide μου.
What's from no.
It's gonna be a sound effect, but we're getting used to it. So.
2 days ago, we have the G7 summit meeting, where the 7 more powerful countries in the world, excluding China, agreed that they're going to stop subsidies on coal investments and coal extraction. Okay, is not about all the fossil fuels. It remains in natural gas, but is something, is a step forward. 2 or 3 weeks ago, we have a great win of Friends of the Earth Netherlands against Shell. Actually, the court ruled that Shell must cut its emissions by 45% compared to 2019. And the Shell Group is now responsible for its own CO2 emissions and those of its suppliers. This is a great win, it's a beginning of a new era for organizations, for activists against the fossil fuel companies. And this is exactly the way that we define the responsible consumption and production. Shell, in this case, take their responsibility into account. And what we are doing this last 2 years, we are members of a life project which has to do with food waste, and we actually created a platform, an online platform, which brings together businesses and NGOs or individuals, businesses that has high quality food, which is we're going to be in waste, and we actually give continue the life of this food. We distribute it to NGOs that has their networks, and the NGOs distribute it to their network to individuals that actually are people in need. We also are members of OCAT project, is One City at a Time project, which actually give devices to municipalities and communities how to manage their waste and how to follow good practices from other countries. And we believe that this including as well in responsible consumption and production is actually part of circular economy, which is really close to this goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Orestes, for your speech. Now we're going to call another Orestes, representing Terra Cypria.
Oh, my phone.
Yes, please.
Hi everyone, can you hear me well? I wear the thickest mask I could find. Sorry.
So, how does this work? So yeah, hi everyone, and thank you for the invitation and congratulations for the organization of this great event. I'm Orestes Karagodis, Education and Research Officer at Terra Cypria, and for the next 10 minutes we're going to see what the climate crisis means to Cyprus and how we as a society can act to prevent it from happening and all its negative effects that it will bring. So first, a few words about the organization I work for. Terra Cypria is the Cyprus Conservation Foundation. It's an NGO, and we aim at promoting environmental awareness and sustainability through three main pillars. That's political pressure, environmental education, and through programs like EU funded programs. And we strive to promote conservation, environmental protection, and research on the island. So regarding the SDGs, at Terra Cypria we always keep in mind that all our actions are aligned with all the environmental SDGs. And for example, at all the SDGs, we cover the education part. So for example, life below water or life on land, we provide lessons to almost 3,000 students per year that come to our center in Cristona, in Paphos, where kids learn all about ecology and how to better protect the environment. We also do habitat monitoring and identify human pressure, so we cooperate with governmental departments to do essays or surveys. And we also engage with government and parliament to give our positions for better protection of wildlife and climate. So specifically on climate, we do work on SDG 13 since a couple of years back, when we really saw the urgency increasing, already noticing the effects of climate change in Cyprus. And just to see, as it was mentioned also before, it seems that Cyprus is, of course, like all the other European countries, lacking behind on taking action. So in the latest review, we see that it's clearly stated we're lacking behind in climate action and clean energy. And we basically cannot afford doing that long enough, because it's an emergency. And we have to understand that. This is from the last Mediterranean assessment that was made recently on climate change. We see that the Mediterranean is a hotspot. So we're already 1.5 degrees higher than during pre-industrial times. So the IPCC and the UN gave us a limit of 2 degrees and pursue efforts to stay at 1.5. We are already at 1.5. Here they give some projections. Rainfall will decrease. That's already bad in Cyprus, so this will deteriorate even more, causing desertification and, of course, influence agriculture. And the last point was very interesting to me. In the scenario of 2 degrees global warming, maximum daytime temperature will increase 3.3 degrees. That's going to be unbearable summers. If we have 4 degrees global warming, nearly all nights will be tropical. This, of course, will have huge effects on public health. So vulnerable populations will get heat strokes. So all of this indicates that we need to act. And what better group to do that than youth, us. So coming back to Cyprus, the challenge, of course, is CO2, because that's the link. Climate change is caused by the CO2 that we emit in the air. And the biggest problem, one of the biggest problems in Cyprus is transport. So we have 25% of all emissions, it comes from transport, from more than 500,000 cars we drive every day. Only 3% of renewable energy sources in transport. That's the lowest ranking in Europe. 13% of energy consumption comes from renewable energy sources, while we all know the potential we have with solar. And last but not least is the decision of Cyprus to move in introducing fossil gas in 2022. So next year we'll have fossil gas while everyone is moving away from fossil fuels. We will go in it. So what do we have to do? In general terms, we have to reduce our emissions directly. We have to be more energy efficient. We have to increase renewables. We have to innovate. And this will all lead us to the green and just economy. These are fancy words, but it's good to have a vision to know where to go as a society from now on. So how exactly we will do that? Through increasing sustainable mobility, for example, taking the bus instead of a car, taking your bike. Electric cars contributes to that. Increase clean and affordable energy. Renovate our buildings. In agriculture, for example, we can increase organic production because that's even increasing the CO2 absorption from the air. So there's many ways of doing that. And Terra Cypria, as I said before, the last couple of years we're becoming very active in this field. So, for example, we advocate. We have meetings with technocrats and parliamentarians to push for better policies. So we have 3 important plans here that we regularly monitor, and we give positions on how to better to implement them. So the National Energy and Climate Plan, we demand full implementation and now higher ambition because the EU has new goals of 55% reduction until 2030. There's also the long-term strategy that gives a broader vision of the country to move to net zero until 2050. And in order to do that, we're communicating constantly with the European networks of NGOs, and we exchange information on how to better push for positions that are feasible and give recommendations. And last but not least is also the Recovery and Resilience Plan that has a big component on environment and climate. So 37% of the investments that have to be made have to go on climate. So as Terra Cypria, we realized that it's a good approach to kind of follow the money. So see where the investments are going and if they're actually being implemented by monitoring, for example, national budgets. That's one part, and the other part is also raising awareness, of course, because of course you engage with government, so on a higher level, but you have to communicate with the public to to create the more bottom-up change. So we, of course, because of the COVID, we couldn't go out. And so we organized a lot of webinars. We have one today, actually, as well at 7. We bring our guests and we talk about all these regulations and what we can do to change. We have social media campaigns, for example, indicating to people what the differences are if you take a car or if you take an electric car. And of course, we post a lot of new things on climate change weekly. And of course, in our education material that we have students coming in Criteria, for example, we have a subject called fire and vegetation, and kids monitor and see what changes have been made from a forest fire in the ecosystem. And of course, they learn the impact of climate change on the frequency fires can have. So they learn firsthand what the impact can be. And of course, through all of these actions that we take, we partner up with universities, with governmental departments, and it's one of our strong assets. We believe that we have to cooperate together to get to where we want. This is just a small video. I don't know if I can play it or how. Press space, maybe?
Yeah,
It's just a really simple illustration that we made comparing CO2 grams for a petrol car and electric bicycle, for example, and asking people to participate in this transition. So yeah, that's all from me. And just as a last comment, again, to kind of give that message of the urgency of the situation we're in, but I don't see it that pessimistic, because the tools are there and the technologies, and I think what we really need from young people is the spark to also to create that vision that obviously is lacking from decision makers right now. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to invite our last speaker for the environmental session, Vasilis Christofi, representing the Youth Dynamics and also First Association of Agros.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thanks for the invitation. It's my pleasure to be here and present you our work, what we are doing in our Agros Environmental Group as well in Youth Dynamics. So today we speak about good example and good practices about green action. Okay, just a few words about the Agros Environmental Group. That is an NGO. Started working in 1976. In our group we have more than 100 members, and our goal is to raise the awareness of the importance of preserving the natural environment and to organize a campaign for solutions to environmental and social problems by promoting sustainable policies. And of course, our mission is to initiate, to promote, and to implement sustainable activities aiming to develop a responsible and active society in terms of environmental, educational, social, and cultural issues. These are where the organization are focused to improve the quality of the life through professional and volunteering work with promotion of healthy lifestyle, to empower youth from remote and rural areas like Troodos area, Pitsigia area in rural Cyprus, to promote informal education, volunteering, ecology, developing of healthy ways of living among youth, to promote peace and multiculturalism, and to promote the active citizenship, the solidarity, the tolerance, and the understanding between cultures. These are some of our activities, what we are doing in the organization. Our green actions are the tree planting, the gardening. We try to promote the 3R, refuse, reusing, and recycling. We organize cleaning campaigns. We maintain several parks in Rhodos area. And we organize lectures, workshops, and seminars to educate young people. And of course, we participate in European mobility programs, like Erasmus+, EBS in the past, and now the European Solidarity Corps. These are some of the approved projects that we organize under Erasmus+ and European Solidarity Corps. These are the projects that focus on environmental education. You can read the titles in the end. Growing Together in a Changing Climate was our first project. Green volunteering was another one, volunteering program. SDGs, Youth for Climate Action Now, Youth Action for Green in Europe, and the program that we have now, the solidarity program, the volunteering, is called Green Actions for a Sustainable Future. A few words about Youth Dynamics. It's an NGO based in Nicosia that started working in 2018, 2011. We have more than 150 members, and our aim is to promote the active participation of young people, especially with few opportunities, and to develop different ways to ensure their impact on the local community by using non-formal education and intercultural learning methods. We focus to promote volunteering and active citizenship, to promote youth initiatives, to promote and share good practices, also to promote democratic and European values, as well to build a sense that young people belonging to the local community and to society. Here are some of the activities of Youth Dynamics. We organize workshops, outdoor activities, cultural events, campaigns, educational activities using non-formal education, youth exchanges, training courses, and voluntary programs. These again are some of the programs that we organize with Youth Dynamics about the climate actions, healthy living for a healthy inclusive society, the 4R, promoting peace and intercultural dialogue, be healthy, youth in rural development. The last three programs, unfortunately, we postponed them due to COVID, but with COVID as soon, we will be able to organize them. Just to show you this one, that is called Recycle. We use our creativity about the title of the project. So we include countries that with the first letter of their country create the word recycle. So we include Romania, Estonia, Cyprus, Croatia, Lithuania, and Spain. Not Spain, Spain. So we use our creativity. Okay, yes. About the sustainable goals, in our group we focus on sustainable goal 11 and 13, about the sustainable cities and communities, and the climate action. So I don't want to say more words about the organization, but it's time to show you our green actions, our activities, and what we are doing in the organization. Before 10 days, when was the World Environmental Day, we organized several activities to celebrate the World Environmental Day. These some activities we organized in Agros Primary School. When members of the Agros Environmental Group went there, they speak to the young kids about the importance of this day, and also they have a workshop about reusing plastics. This is the same day that Youth Dynamics organizing with Nicosia celebration activities, with young people. This is the activity we did with the planting vegetables. So we take these plastics and we reuse them. We put inside vegetables and every kid take it home. Between 22 and 23 of May, we organized a conference in Agros about Rhodos, the green heart of Cyprus. And we have several speeches that speak about the importance of Rhodos area. This is a solidarity program that Youth Dynamics has this period about to culture and environmental education to young people. So it's a program that will last for 1 year, and we include several local young people, Cypriots, and they are doing a lot of green actions during the whole year. In order to educate the young people, we create this soon in order to show to young people how many days need to the decomposition of several materials, plastic, metals, so on. Again, in our activities, we have a lot of info material and leaflets in order to educate the young people. In Agros, we have a program about the recycling, not recycling, reusing the bicycles. So we take the old bicycles of the community, we paint them with the nice colors, and we put them in several places around the village. As for the volunteers that we have in Agros, they work in seed planting. So far they seed more than 300 plants. And we hope that in the future we can plant them. In 17th of April we have a tree planting with a lot of people that join us. And of course it's really important the watering of the plants, because it's not only just to plant the trees. As we know in Cyprus we have a very hot weather. So especially during the summer, it's really important to water the plants. So we have a team of volunteers that on a weekly basis, they went and they water the plants. Okay, here on March, we organized a cleaning campaign. We found a place in Lagadamia area, here in Nicosia, and we cleaned it with a lot of young people. So this was how was the place that we found, and this was how we cleaned it. After 2 hours, we cleaned the place like this. But to be honest, last week I just passed from the same place just for curiosity to see how it is, and again I saw this picture. Yes. So 2 months later, when we clean the place, and it's again the same. So of course this is that means that as society we have a lot of work to do to educate the young people about the cleaning. Okay, some more photos about the cleaning campaigns we organize in Rhodos area. These are some cleaning campaigns that we organize during the Erasmus Plus program. Again, the young people. In our village, we have a vegetable garden for our ESC volunteers. So this is a nice place next to their house that the young people, they have their own vegetables, they take care of their plants, so they have their organic tomatoes and all other vegetables. So it's a really good practice. Okay, so our volunteers, they renovate the Rhodos Geopark.
Information center.
Yes, information center, right. We creating walking paths around Agros and around the Rhodos area. Of course, gardening in several parks in our area. Park maintenance. And during the Erasmus Plus program, we organized study visits to Rhodos information centers and also to Geopark and the botanical garden of Rhodos. And so we organized study visit in the YEU house when we learn about the youth goals, the European policies, as well as the 17 SDGs. Here are again some volunteers from Italy that they redecorate several parts of the village. Of course, we organize nature walks and hiking in Rhodos mountains. This is a photo frame that we created last week when it was the International Day of Environment. We used the cap of the bottles and we created this photo frame for the young people. Of course, the Youth Plus certificate that we received during the Erasmus Plus program is important, that recognizes and shows the learning outcomes of a project, and it's a very nice certificate that the young people can include it in their CV. This is an activity what we say human letters. So we use our model, we create the word recycle. Let's be green. When we make projects, international projects, in the first day, we split the people in mixed groups and they write down their ideas in order to create the green code of behavior. So they share ideas and everybody follow this code during the whole program. What's the next? Again, in the beginning of the project, we create our recycled bins. So we split the young people in mixed groups. And each team has to create their recycling bins. What else? In our organization, we organize workshops about the 11 youth goals, focusing on youth goal 10, that it has to do with the sustainable green Europe. Just to tell you a few words, maybe you know about the new Erasmus Plus program that wants to be more inclusive, greener, and more digital. I don't want to say more about the Erasmus. You may know that the priority of the Erasmus, the horizontal priority you can see now is how the program will be more eco-friendly, more sustainable, and want to include activities that promote the environmental sustainability. Yesterday night we participated in the launch ceremony of the new Erasmus program, and they told us that the budget is almost double from the next period. So instead of 14.7, now the European Union will give 26.2 billion euro. That means they will offer the opportunity to more than 12 million people around Europe to participate in Erasmus Plus program and also to organize several green actions. Okay, just to show you some eco-friendly practices that we are using in our projects to take some ideas. So the pandemic of COVID helped us to go to the digital era. So now in our project we use Google Docs, Dropbox, iCloud to share documents. So we don't use any more printing documents. As we organize the project in Trogos area, in small villages, the young people, they don't have to move by car, so they go by foot. We try to buy recycled products, to eat local grown vegetables and fruits. We organize our activities during the day, so we are using the daylight. Of course, we turn the lights off before leaving the room. We try to reuse the towels, go paperless, and we ask the young people to use electronic tickets and e-boarding passes, so we don't have less print. And of course, we have a lot of other good practices. A very nice is called MAC lottery. That when we have a project, we ask for every participant to bring from their own country a traditional MAC, maybe with some traditional monuments, some football teams, some flags of their country. And in the first day, we have this lottery. So everybody take a map from a different country, and he can reuse it during the whole program. And in the end of the program, he takes this map back home as a souvenir. And as we know, as 3rd of July, the European Union will stop the use of one single use of plastics. So this is a very good practice, and the young people like very much. Okay, this is the photo of our first project we organized back in 2014. And these are some photos of the last project we organized last year on February 2020. Unfortunately, due to COVID, we postponed our projects, but we hope to start again soon. Both organizations together, they are organizing a campaign. It's called Let's Green Drawers. So we buy recycling bags and we give to all the young people in Rhodes area in order to promote the recycling and the reuse. And finally, of course, it's important for the young people to meet with the politicians and the policy makers in order to hear their voice, their ideas, and their thoughts about the future. I have only one small video to show you.
Actually, we can't because we have overexceeded a little bit the time.
It's only 1 minute.
Okay.
That's to show you the work of the 4 volunteers that we have this period in August to see what they are doing. Spain.
Who's the space?
Se non sto forte video.
Sound coming soon. Very soon.
Cleaning parks, we are really good here because they receive us really well.
Χαίρετε, είμαι η Νία και καταγόμαι από την Ισπανία. We are helping the community. We are planting trees or we're cleaning parks, picking up the trash of the roads and yeah.
Καλησπέρα, είμαι η Αντίνα και έρχομαι από την Ρουμανία. This is what I wanted. I wanted to spend a lot of time in nature. I'm pretty excited because I really want to feel like I would make a change here, at least in Agros, with teaching people to respect more the nature and don't throw garbage on the roads because it's their place. Like here is where they are living. So.
Γεια σας, με λένε Σεφτή, είμαι από τη Ρουμανία, είμαι εθελοντής εδώ και θα βοηθήσω για το πράσινο στον αγρό. I like here, I like the fresh air, I like the mountains, but also I like the rural life here. Everyone from this village is very, they welcomed us, all the volunteers, and I feel like I'm home here, although I'm in another country of the European Union.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentations. Actually, if you have any questions about all the speakers or anything, feel free to pose it now. I know you're a little bit tired, but going once, going twice. Okay, I will take it. Okay.
Right in time.
I was going to take advantage of my position.
Yes.
But go ahead.
Okay. My question to all the speakers. I mean, each one of the organizations are making activities and action, and actually there are more organizations there, NGOs in Cyprus that are working for the climate or for various aspects of the climate. Is there any way of networking or collaborating so that all these actions and activities to have even more impact locally, nationally, regionally, and internationally? Thank you.
I will check with the microphone, but I'm not quite sure.
I think I'm native, so my voice is loud enough. That's one of my sad stories, because when I started, my action plan was exactly networking and bringing all these people together to create more efficient action plans and further promoting the work they do. But when we've said we're ready, we had the first lockdown in March, and then a year of restrictions, And now I think that we are in time to recreate the network again and put it back in business. From my point of view, that's it.
Do we have more questions?
No.
In English. Yes, thank you.
I would like to add on your point when you said you clean one day and the next day was, or the next month it was dirty again. This is a challenge. And being in the tourist industry, when we start cleaning the beaches, one tour operator from UK told me, why are you cleaning today, Philip, or Saturday was, when the Cypriots will litter tomorrow. So we named these cleaning campaigns as well as awareness campaigns. So in order to change our behaviors, we need to be educated and we need to look forward. So it's a start. It might not happen right away, but keep going and things will change. Good job.
And actually here I think it is a chance to see intersectional collaboration through the government and non-governmental NGOs, because I think individually we cannot really work out. We need the government needs us. You cannot do everything by yourselves. So yeah, maybe this is a place actually create a foundation for collaboration. So I know that you're tired, so let's have a break and take some coffee and some pastries. Sorry. Nice. Before a few minutes it wasn't, so my bad.
My name is Amy Jordi and I am a chef. I came here to watch the production, and I just want to mention about sustainable gastronomy. That it's a very big issue, a very big matter, and I see that you are taking care very much of the recycling and using the local products and everything. But sustainable gastronomy, it's a very big matter that we have to give effort and we have to analyze and speak more about it. And it's very important to use local products and seasonal products when we're cooking, when we're using, when we're doing the gastronomy. And so I would like to just mention that you have to give the chance to show this very big part of the food industry and how we treat food and how we cook and everything. So I would like to see more action on this, and I'm very willing to see this matter and work with together with the Cyprus Chefs Association. So I just wanted to mention and see how we can work together.
If you want to just have a comment on that. It's one of the most important things, because during my speech as well I referred to the human terroir as well, meaning the land and the food and the first elements and the seasons and the waste. It's all in that theory, and there's a project now going on in Moniaris. We are proceeding with a new gastronomy school that is funded from the Norwegian funds, that aims exactly that, to be able to see the cultivation from the start by preparing the land and then watch it grow, pick it, and then cook it. Just to learn people how to watch the seasons in farming and cooking.
The truth is that our tradition is exactly this. I mean, we have a very long story, and that is the way people used to live for thousands of years. They used to cultivate and cook. This is our traditional cuisine anyway. So this is not far from us. We don't really need to see too far. We have to bring back the good way of living that we really transmit for many years, but we lost it the last year. So it's a lot of knowledge that we just we have to speak about it again, and we have to remind young people and how they buy what they buy, how they treat the food, and what they eat. So we have to work all together. So I'm very happy to be heard on this, and also my colleagues and so. So I just wanted to tell you that we are here, and this is a very big matter that we have to work on.
Thank you. Actually, we had some questions in the back row. Oh, yes. Thank you. Can you please speak a little bit louder? We'll close the microphone to not have this interruption.
From the use of transport, cars, buses, but we do not have emissions from the factories. For instance, the companies, invasive walls, all the others. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, if I can take that. I mean, in Cyprus we have two categories: is ETS and non-ETS emissions. ETS is with carbon pricing that it works. Is another regulation from the EU that manages this sector. For example, Basilikos, where we produce our electricity, is under that. The cement factory as well, and ceramics as well. Okay, and transport is the biggest emitter in the non-ETS. For example, transport, agriculture is in that category, but throughout, so including the production of electricity, 25% is from transport. That's a big chunk, right? So it's something to really consider to decarbonize fast. Yeah.
There were more questions. I will take it by you, Christina.
I wanted to ask the Commissioner, what is your biggest challenge right now in your work? What would be the biggest challenge in your work right now?
Actually, there are many, not just one.
The top three, but
the first, I should be honest in talking about the enforce of the environmental law, because it is divided into too many departments and ministries, and we somehow get lost in translation. So from my point of view, we need to join forces with the police as well, and the environmental officers and the ministries, in order to create joint efforts and more holistic approach into enforcing the law. One alone cannot do that, because when we're talking about the waste, we have the problem with the environmental officials that they are going there. They go by 8 to 3. They don't have any force to enforce the law. They go by themselves without no guns, no protection, and they are afraid. There are big discussions about that, and we are trying to change it to see how it must work. The same when it comes to biodiversity protection, the same when it comes to development, the same when it comes to coastal protection. It's all in how to join forces. That's my point of view on my first priority.
Thank you.
Just on this part, in terms of law, for me is also very important. On the climate, you see other countries, NGOs are winning cases. It's because they use the law to go against on their promises, because it's nice to say words and all that, but they have to deliver. So if they don't, you can't sue them.
Yeah.
So I believe in Cyprus we should become more active, and it's coming to your question, collaborate all together to push towards that direction, to use the law to our advantage.
Absolutely, and also a recent case which goes for many years, for a decade now, it's the Astrasol case in Lacha of the factory, and the citizens there won their case, and the government does not compensate them. So they are again back to court, and this shows exactly how the government doesn't take this seriously in terms of climate justice and change.
There is an aspect from my side that saying that one thing is to prevent, the second thing is to deal with the problem, and the third one is not to chase law enforcement rather than preventing it from happening.
Yeah.
That's my point of view. You're absolutely right that we need more justice, but we need to fix the prevention side in order to gain the environment. By losing it and then claiming it from a court, you don't get what you missed back.
Yeah, I see this as a parallel process. What we say usually in human rights, it's you know, the sandwich method, pushing from the ground and upwards. So you must be something that.
And unless you enforce the laws of law,
Yes,
because one aspect of why you have penalties is because you want to penalize and to show an example.
Yes.
And I would say that you should also go for finding ways and changing the legislation so that NGOs can go to the court, because now it's very difficult for us to show that we have interest. Therefore, we cannot, as NGOs, be part of an action unless we, I mean, it's very difficult. I'm a lawyer and that's why I know this. Further, we don't have class action in Cyprus. I mean, as we know there in other countries, class action for the climate, for example. I mean, I mean, they went in sales for the factory, but that's a different case. So
that's what I was trying to explain before, because when you want to get into court and get the beneficial result and the one that is fair to be enforced, you need to have the management and the law and the prevention in place, and be sure that when you charge someone, you charge the right person. When it comes to, let's say, for Natura areas, that we have the great discussion now with the European Commission and everything. Let's say Larnaca Salt Lake. We have 4 different government departments working on Larnaca Salt Lake. And when it comes to working about protecting the flamingos, we're not sure who is responsible to tell us about the reason they died. And that comes to a place where we need to see where the budget goes and who decides the holistic approach into who's responsible. At this moment, we cannot decide. All I know from my point of view as a commissioner is that the flamingos died. Okay, I won the case. But where are the flamingos? That's what I wanted to say. That's my point of view.
Yeah. I have another question from the back.
Thank you. I will take you back to the food and cooking issue. Being a vegan cook myself, having cooked several times for groups in European projects and stuff. I would like to attract your attention on this issue, because I totally agree with it's a bit about picking, choosing local products and all these things, but let's not forget what the agriculture farming and animal farming does to the environment. And if we are totally respect the flamingos, why not respect the pigs and the cows? And not only the fact that they are animals and sentient beings, but the fact that, okay, in order to cook it, it has to become packed and all these things. We don't know where it comes from and all these things. I want to assure you that I did it all the times I cooked for all these 30 people groups. It is achievable to do whatever from scratch. You need some time, you need some help, but it is achievable. So basically, consider this as an option. The participants, each time that they come, they know that they will be served vegan or vegetarian, and they are a bit, okay, what am I going to eat? And by the end of the project, they are also full of energy, very happy, they feel very healthy, and I think that the results, let's say, of the whole, whatever topic it is, I mean, people are more concentrated, they don't feel the need to sleep all the time after a big meal. I mean, there might sound like details, but it's so important when you participate in a weak project, let's say, to feel that you're there and not willing to, wanting to sleep all the time and feel low energy. Yeah, thank you for that. Giving me the time.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Do we have more questions or comments?
Just to add something on this. It's such an important matter, and it has to do with every one of us every day. Food and food. That's why I mentioned the traditional cookies, because people didn't used to eat so much meat and so much fish. They used to cook a lot of vegetables. So if we have to start from somewhere, and we have to bring a lot of people in this. So we have to reduce eating meat, reduce eating fish, and everything. So we have to start from somewhere, and we have to remind people how important it is to eat and how to cook other the vegetables or not to cook. Anyway, we have to start from somewhere to bring back the values we lost. It's a very big matter. We have to speak about this again and see how we do actions about it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Just the last point I forgot to mention in our presentation on climate action, that you can become supporter of Terra Cypria to support the climate action we're doing. But in general also we should cultivate more the active citizenship. So whatever ways you can engage, try to find a way to do so, because it's it's in our hands. Just because I forgot to mention in the presentation.
No, it's okay. And actually, I'm going to give the info to all the participants, the people who are here. So if they are likely to be involved, to actually have the chance. This is also one of the main goals, to give some publicity to these initiatives. And as a concluding remark, as an archaeologist, what I noticed is that we have to go back to the past to see their practices, because people were more sustainable. They didn't have this much of plenty that we have today. So we consume like there is no tomorrow, but there is tomorrow. Maybe not for us, but for the future generations. And now we can take a coffee. Εννοείται ότι μακάρι να πάμε αργά παρά να μην υπήρχε ενδιαφέρον.
Σαν τι κάνετε. Πολύ καλά, κυρία Καρόλη. Ευσοφίσαμε
Ένα σάλι καρβάλας πάντα μαζί σου, ένα σάλι
Some people.
A territorial per te, Sì, perché ho fatto la lista insieme, abbiamo
They're like, oh, we would qualify my boss and he's going to come to the job. I'm like, no! We didn't know. I don't know, can I press Sorry, where do you turn it off? I think
No, take your time.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Απολογούμε, πρέπει να φύγω. Καλή συνέχεια. Γεια σας.
Thank you so much for coming. This is actually writing some kind of report. Some of the write about Matthiansky, about
I will try, but I will charge it. Maybe it's a battery.
So we got a comment of no about so they will not come here, but will follow the we're asking for
Yeah.
πες. Ξέρετε τώρα είναι αυτούς να κάτσουν ο κόσμος πάλι και στα τραπέζια.
Τι, χειροκρατήρια. Μπαλάντο.
Πόσα λεπτά έχουμε τώρα? Έχουμε 20 λεπτά. Τώρα 12 θα επιστρέψουμε. Να σε καλά. Θα σας στείλω αν είναι μετά το μεσημέρι για την ευκαιρία. Οκ. Ευχαριστώ. Να είστε καλά. Εντάξει. Οκ. Ναι. Κανένα πρόβλημα. Εγώ ευχαριστώ.
Να ρωτήσω κάτι. Για μετά που μαθαίνουμε τα στρογγυλά τραπέζια. Θα πούμε με 8 καρέκλες, σωστά.
Ναι. Εκτός να δούμε να έχουμε λιγότερο κόσμο, οπότε να μην θες να τα στήσετε.
Ένα-δύο.
Εντάξει, και αυτό εδώ λογικά.
Ένα-δύο.
Να σου δώσω την παρουσίαση μου. Του κάνουμε κουμάντο, να. Και του κάνουμε κουμάντο. Κοπέλες, μόνο κοπέλες για μου.
Όλα ξέρω. Είμαι τίποτε.
Και φωτογράφους. Είσαστε κουτογιάς. Είσαι εσύ ξεναγός. Ω, μπράβο σου. Και έχετε μια πρόεδρο τώρα. Ποια είναι η πρόεδρος σας?
Το ξεναγό είναι η Λελία. Είναι η Λελία Μιλανά. Σαν και το κάνει σχετικά με τις σωστές αναπαραγωγές.
Πάμε στο σύστημα, σύστημα στο ίντερνετ, το σύστημα στο ίντερνετ. Cyprus has never chosen it. Cyprus για τα πλαστικά μιας χρήσης.
Προλαβαίνω για τσιγάρο. Προλαβαίνω για βάτσο.
Μας αφήνει να υπολογίσεις.
No, I've seen the test, so many times. They made the calories up.
We didn't have it there. Huh? You do? You have it here? I'm trying to find a video that is interesting video. I just have internet. That doesn't have internet. If you download it, you can say, she said that she doesn't have internet. That's not it. Where are you from? Portugal.
Το πρόγραμμα που έχουμε για προστασία δεν μας αφήνει να το ενώσουμε. Εκείνο που μπορούμε να κάνουμε είναι... Τούτο είναι το που κάνουμε
animation.
Εντάξει, να προσπαθήσω να δω.
Σε πόσα πράγματα λύσεις δεν τα βλέπεις. Το πάμε για έρευνα, έχουμε ένα συγκεκριμένο μισάπρι. Τους θέλεις και δεν το θέλει και πράγματα πάλι θέλει action, δεν θέλει follow-up, δεν θέλει βαθιό. Είσαι όλα, κάνε μέρα στο όλα, δεν να κάνουμε τέτοιο συνέδριο, είναι ότι το σε φωνάζει να στείλαμε σήμερα. Τόσες πληροφορίες, δεν ξέρεις να κάνεις τόσες πληροφορίες, οπότε δεν τα πιάνεις, με τον αψόρφι. Δηλαδή μπορεί να αν δεν το δεις τώρα, μπορεί να μην το δεις πριν. Προσπαθώ να το πω, να είναι συμπάρτη. Δεν είσαι εντάξει, δεν είναι καλά. Δεν πάμε και να κάνουμε αυτό που πρέπει να είναι παγιό. Δεν το πάρει κάπου όπως είναι. Μετά που θέλεις λίγο πια. Του κοινού. Μετά.
Jonathan, is that your computer? Ah, okay. I was like, it's so cool.
Θα το κάνεις, πεις μες στο YouTube και πιάνεις το YouTube.
Να το πιάσω από το YouTube.
Καταλάβες που πάει στο conference, πάει στο 21, πάει στα βίντεο.
Ναι.
Και το τέταρτο.
Οκ, εντάξει. Θυμούμαι το, έχω φωτογραφική μνήμη. Γιονάτα, θέλουμε να τη μετακινήσουμε γιατί είπαμε μας ότι έχει πρόβλημα και ότι δεν το βλέπω. Λέει αμοιώνα.
Εν το βλέπουν τούτο.
Όχι, δεν μπορούν να δουν το presentation. Αν μπορούμε να το μετακινήσουμε λίγο...
Εν το phone.
Το φως να το κλείσουμε, αλλά...
Να φωτισμός των προβλημάτων του projector.
I just wanted to say we only need Just wanted to let you know.
I took all the presentations.
Yeah. 21 showing up, 22 actually. So that's more than half. Total that checked in is over 30. If you want, admission in case more people show up for some reason.
That was aggressive. You want more? Yeah.
Is it possible to
You have 3 more minutes before starting. You can take your drinks and everything, no worries. So yeah, in 3 minutes we're starting. I think it's also a problem that they put the phones here. Yeah, they put their actual cell phones.
No, but the thing is that I try to. Can we? Oh, Valentine, is this yours?
It's not that, it's the wires.
It's not it. I may go with it, but...
Good. I think the sound anyways, the problem was with no mic. Yeah, that's why I think there was...
I don't understand. Is there for the reproductors? Remotely for those? Trying to get rid of the demon.
So confused. Actually, we were just checking the microphone. So. Okay.
You hear it?
Yes. I was hearing
Εντάξει, ας σου πω. Είμαι πιο κοντά στο equal παρά στο γιατί έκαμε από την Νορβηγία, αλλά είμαστε πολλά σε τα
We have already some spark of interest in regards to the next session.
Όχι, και ακόμα είμαστε μαζί, δεν χωρίσαμε σε σαβίγια. Γιατί αρκετοί χωρίσαν που εννοώ, και αυτό που λέω, εννοώ, δεν έχτηκα κάποια πράγματα, κατάλαβες εννοώ.
We are like singles.
Όπως πριν 30 χρόνια, σπίτι της Πεσπεράς με έκαναν composing. Έτσι, για να ξέρετε, η ανακοίνωση πριν 30 χρόνια τώρα. Και μες στο DNA τους.
Actually, we're ready to start. We're moving to the next session, representing the social SDGs. We have here with us three ladies, one man. So yeah, it was kind of expected. So I would like to give step to the Andrisava on behalf of the Commissioner of Gender Equality.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, Valando, and it is a great pleasure for us to be here. My name is Andrisava, and I'm an officer at the Office of the Commissioner for Gender Equality. Firstly, please allow me to tell you a few things about our office. The Office of the Commissioner for Gender Equality is a new institution. It was established in March 2014 by the President of Nikos Anastasiadis. The Commissioner from April 2014 chairs the Council of the National Mechanism for Women's Rights and the National Committee. Among the responsibilities assigned to the Commissioner by the President, to whom she is accountable, is the promotion of equality between men and women and the elimination of discriminations against women. Democracy is a fundamental value for both the European Union and its member states. However, its full implementation presupposes the equal participation and representation of all citizens in social, economic and political life. No matter how much progress has been made in the member states of the European Union in everyday life, unfortunately, men and women do not enjoy the same rights. Gender equality is a fundamental goal of the Republic of Cyprus, and in order to ensure that the state ratifies various conventions, modernizes the legislative framework, follows recommendations, prepares national action plans. We have policies for promoting gender equality, eradicating violence against women. We implement actions, we organize awareness campaigns. The European Institute for Gender Equality released in 2020 the Gender Equality Index. The Gender Equality Index is a tool for measuring the progress of gender equality in the EU, developed from the EGE, gives more visibility to areas in need of improvement and ultimately supports policymakers to design more effective gender equality measures. So, the average gender equality in EU stands to 67.9%, has been increased from 67.4 in 2019. Regarding Cyprus, the gender equality has increased from 56.3 in 2019 to 56.9%. Cyprus ranks 21st in the EU in the Gender Equality Index. Its score is 11 points lower than that of the EU, but since 2010, the score of Cyprus has increased by 7.9 points, making a slightly faster progress towards gender equality than other member states. Cyprus has improved its position by 6 places. Compare the 7 thematic areas between EU and Cyprus for the year 2020 . Gender inequalities are more pronounced in the domain of power, where Cyprus performs the worst in comparison with other member states. And now, even worse, after the results of the last parliamentary elections. For sure, the reduction of the participation rate of women is certainly a setback, but every result should be respectable. Me, personally, I do not accept this. And after all the speakers finish, maybe we can discuss about it. As we have said, equality is a priority of the state. For this reason, it enacts new laws and modernizes the existing ones. Due to the limited time that I have here for this presentation, I will only mention briefly the legislative framework. So, regarding gender equality, we have protection of maternity, paternity leave legislation, the equal treatment for men and women in employment and vocational training law, equal pay between men and women, gender equal access to goods and services. Ten years ago, a big step was made in order to combat violence against women and domestic violence. The ratification of the Istanbul Convention, which is recognized as the instrument to prevent and combat all forms of violence. So we have the legislation comprehensively implementing the Istanbul Convention on preventing and combating gender-based violence against women and domestic violence. We have an innovative law criminalizing harassment and stalking, a law on combating sexism and online sexism, and we all know that laws alone cannot bring gender equality. Laws alone cannot combat phenomena such as violence, sexism, sexual abuse. We must act proactively, protect and empower women, eliminate stereotypes and social prejudice through actions, policies and programs. Here, briefly, we will have some policies and actions from the state. The Ministry of Labour, Welfare and Social Insurance engages activities contributing to raising public awareness on the gender pay gap and its negative consequences on women's economic and social life. We have the certification of companies for adopting policies promoting gender equality. And this equality body is certifying companies, organizations which adopt policies promoting gender equality in the workplace. Work-life balance. Work-life balance policies contribute significantly to gender equality, which allows women to remain and progress in the labor market and strengthen their economic independence, but also encourage men to take on more roles as carers. We have the operation of a woman's house. And this woman's house aims to improve multi-agency cooperation and coordination of relevant services, providing services to victims, provide accessible, effective and quality services to women and their minor children and girls under the age of 18 who are victims of violence, provide a safe, supportive environment for victims asking for help, reduce the time required for victims to access these services and prevent victimization, promote reporting of violence against women and increase criminal prosecutions of violence against women and girls, improve system responses to violence against women in order to reduce recidivism and prevent feminism. Also, we have the creation of specialized teams within the police force to handle cases of gender-based and domestic violence, as well as sexual abuse cases, so that the officers receiving testimony and thereafter handling the case are specifically trained for such sensitive matters. What is worth noting is the financial support of the NGOs, providing protections and assistance to women victims of violence, and then systematic training of professionals working in the field. There is always room for improvement, and surely in Cyprus we still have a long way to go. And the most important thing is to continue our efforts to empower women, to fight stereotypes and social prejudice, to eliminate all forms of violence against women. It's the state's duty to continue and strengthen its efforts until the gap between formal de jure and substantial de facto gender equality is fully bridged. And as Maria Adamson said, equality is like driving a car up the hill. You have to keep your foot on the accelerator, otherwise you will roll back down the hill really quickly. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. As in the previous session, we will continue with the presentation, and at the end we're going to give some space for questions. I'm going to invite Christina Kaili, representing the Mediterranean Institute of Gender Studies. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this wonderful initiative and invitation in today's conference. First of all, I would like to say a few words about the Mediterranean Institute of Gender Studies. Today my presentation will focus on the Sustainable Development Goals and specifically on gender equality. The Mediterranean Institute of Gender Studies is a non-governmental, non-political, non-profit organization affiliated to the University of Nicosia, and with the plurality of our work, from action-based research to advocacy, training, and lobbying, aims to eliminate all forms of discrimination against women to the direction of gender, to the promotion of gender equality in Cyprus and the Mediterranean and European region. While I was preparing this presentation, I realized that I could not focus only on the SDG 5, on the Sustainable Development Goal on gender equality, without talking about also the SDG 3 on health, especially during this period of public health crisis, because gender equality is actually a cross-cutting issue, and there are several issues from gender-based violence to education, employment, women's participation and inclusion in leadership positions and decision-making that all interlink with all the other sustainable development goals, and also with regards to the Sustainable Development Goal number 3 on well-being and health. We also know that gender inequalities also affect women's access to health and well-being. And when we talk about health system also, it's not only about reducing illness and death and achieving universal health. These are very important in maternal health, and all of these aspects are important, but the most important is also having access to the right to health as well. And UN's Guterres recently published and said that the pandemic, the impact of the pandemic has a woman's face. And this is also because women, and especially women of racial and ethnic background, are situated in the front lines, at the front lines of care work and unpaid care work. So that's why gender equality and access to health and well-being are interconnected, because accessing the right to health also means accessing quality health, accessing the accessibility, the quality, and the scientific aspect of health and services, which is also gender specific, gender sensitive, but also culturally appropriate. I will turn now to talk a bit about the issue of violence against women, which is a very common form of gender-based violence. We know that there are a lot of human rights standards, and with the most important being the Beijing Platform for Action, but also the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. Andriy spoke already about the Istanbul Convention and the significance of it. But we do know that male violence against women is a structural, historical phenomenon resulting from patriarchal societies where the domination of men over women has been naturalized in all areas of public and private life. The Beijing Platform for Action, for example, was endorsed by all EU member states, and the violence against women was defined as a manifestation of the historically unequal power relations between men and women, which have led to domination over and discrimination against women by men and the prevention of women's full advancement in society. Also, in the Council of Europe Convention, there is a definition on gender-based violence against women, which means violence that is directed against a woman because she is a woman and that affects women disproportionately. Of course, there are many other marginalized groups and genders that are being oppressed by patriarchal systems. This does not exclude that. These are just a few numbers. Globally, 1 in 3 women have been subjected to violence by a partner or ex-partner. Globally, 137 women are killed by a member of their family. 1 in 10 women in the European Union report having experienced cyber harassment since the age of 15. In the Middle East and North Africa, 40 to 60% of women have experienced street-based sexual harassment, and 1 out of 6 American women has been the victim of attempted rape or rape in her life, or attempted rape in her life. So what I want to say here is that a long time, even before the pandemic, social movements and especially feminist movements have been warning the governments about the shadow pandemic, what we call shadow pandemic, which is the pandemic of domestic violence, but also violence against women. And especially since the outbreak of the COVID-19, emerging data and reports from those in the front lines have shown that all types of violence against women and girls, particularly domestic violence, has intensified. Calls to helplines have increased 5-fold in some countries, as rapes have reported intimate partner violence increased because of the COVID-19 pandemic. This was caused by the restricted movements, social isolation, and economic insecurity, which increased women's vulnerability to violence in the home around the world. I will share these data also are in line with some of the data we know from the Association for the Prevention and Handling of Violence in the Family. For example, for the first months of the pandemic and until February 2020, comparing to February 2020, we know that there was an increase in reports by 58%, which is unbelievable number. It doesn't mean that violence was not existing before, but because of the isolation and that women and also other marginalized genders, for example, having to spend the time in the household with the perpetrator, for example, have increased these reporting rates. So with the help of social welfare services, etc., for example, Spavo had to expand their sheltering services to accommodate these cases. So gender inequality, it's not just about numbers. It is about numbers. We don't like numbers, but we have to talk about them. But gender equality, it also allows us to talk about the constraints on women's spaces and the spheres of action. One sphere is the public life, women missing from powerful decisions. We recently had, like in the opening session, it was very well stated that the numbers now in the Parliament of Cyprus went back 15 years back. We only have 8 women. It was decreased from 17% to 14%. And even though it's a very positive development to have a woman head of parliament, still it doesn't change the numbers. In terms of personal life, again, domestic and sexual violence and other forms of gender-based violence are still there. And of course, economic life, where women and children remain in conditions of poverty, occupational segregation, and unpaid work. I think what the pandemic showed us, because it's interlinked to climate change and climate injustices, and what Nancy Fraser, for example, says, a feminist, Nancy Fraser says that feminism, you cannot talk about feminism without talking about ecofeminism or anti-imperialism or anti-capitalism, because all these multiple oppressive systems coexist together. So in economic life, for example, we have seen that the pandemic made us reevaluate and rethink who are the essential workers and who are at the front lines. We know that women's unpaid work, for example, paid and unpaid work in the front lines, or the segregation that many women are, because of the family responsibilities and the lack of childcare in Cyprus, it puts other women in the role of the woman in the house in order for the Cypriot woman, for example, to enter the labor market. And this I think opens up a greater discussion on social welfare and the support needed by young couples and by families, because women at the end of the day have to take care not only the children but also the elderly. And we have seen now with the lockdown how the huge absence of the government in supporting and also the women working at the nurseries, for example, they are getting paid the minimum salary. So this shows how we value women's contribution in the sustainability, if I can call it like that, of our society. And of course, there are some common health consequences of violence against women: physical, sexual, reproductive, mental, and behavioral. We know that women have 2 to 3 times are more likely to develop depression, anxiety, because also of the harmful stereotypes. We know that lone parents who mostly are women, have the responsibility of the children. They are in poverty conditions. That's also a gendered phenomenon. Also, it would be a great omission not to talk about the implication of health reported by women after violence incidents, and also the impact of sexual and gender-based violence on asylum-seeking women and refugees, which again it's a group, a social group that have been greatly impacted by the measures of the pandemic, especially at the reception centers. But I'm happy to talk more about it since I only have 10 minutes, maybe during the discussion. I chose today, for the purpose of today's presentation, I chose one example to share with you from our work, which is basically a project we have, which is called Fem United, looking at femicides. We can all remember that only 2 years ago we had a massive serial killer case which affected greatly the migrant communities because the victims were 7 migrant women and their children. And also with regards to female genital mutilation, we know that in Cyprus 12 to 17% of girls are at risk, coming from countries where female genital mutilation is practiced. Often this type of violence is interlinked with forced marriage, and this also is interlinked to the health systems. For example, the identification, because women affected by female genital mutilation have a reason to apply for asylum as well, and they need special treatment in the health system. It's also, as a greater issue is generally the training of professionals, from asylum to health to education to media, law enforcement and police. So what we have developed in 2012 as a pilot project, which is the United to End FGM European Knowledge Platform. It was an initiative of our institute that then grew to a very large partnership with the support of the End FGM Network and the Cyprus University of Technology. We have developed this platform which hosts 13 modules of expertise. They are free of charge for professionals that come in contact with affected women, girls and communities. We had over 1 million visits, and this is only data from 2019. And we had over 2,000 registrations to the learning modules. Another project we have developed for women's promotion in decision making, but also for the promotion of women's expertise, is the She Experts platform, which again was aiming at the promotion of women in the public discourse, but also when we realized that there are still shows on TV and panels that only invite men for issues that affect all of us every day. And one example is from the recent parliamentary elections, where we have seen also a panel that where only the women candidates were invited, like women have to, compete with each other on TV. So what can we do? Of course, ending violence against women, which is, I think, the most urgent priority. It's, of course, awareness raising and prevention. We need systematic and mandatory training for health professionals that is gender sensitive and culturally appropriate. But here I would add a variety of professionals, because I think any one of us who works in the field of civil society, we know that and you heard also the commissioner saying that law enforcement, it's one of our biggest challenges, but also interdepartmental procedures and how, I mean, it's not enough to call the victims, oh, speak up. They need to speak up, but those who are in the chain of support, they must be also able to act fast and provide adequate support. Research and data collection, I find it appalling that we don't have a unified data collection system for all forms of violence against women, but also for obstetric violence, for abortion rates. There is a huge need for data and statistics. Of course, gender-sensitive health policies, specialized clinics and health care services. We know in other countries there are sex clinics where rape victims can go there and find the support they need. And of course, access for all, migrant and refugee women and communities. And all these cannot be seen in isolation from closing the gender pay gap, through improved social welfare system and child care support. And of course, women in decision making and peace processes. We must not forget that we are part of the geopolitical space of the Euro-Mediterranean region. We have wars and humanitarian crises happening next door. And with great sadness, I see that this is often omitted from the public discourse. I will leave it up to here. Just to close my presentation, I wanted to share with you this framework for women-centered health, which I believe is also a good model, not only for women-centered health, but generally for human rights-based health and systems, because I do see from our work that public health is also interlinked to social and political processes. And the most marginalized, if they are put at the center of our systems, then we can improve all other sustainable development goals and all other goals as a society. Thank you very much.
Actually, we're a little bit late with the timing. I'm going to call our next speaker, Michael Gohen, representing Project Phoenix. So I'm going to start right now the call. Hello, Michael, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry for the delay, apologies. We know that we wake you up. You're in USA, so it's really early there.
No problem. It's just 1 hour. No problem. I have a small baby, so
okay.
I've been up for a while. No problem at all. Let me just check. I wanted to do my presentation here. Yes, just a second. I was following the conference at least for the last 2 hours, so it was very interesting. So, how do I share this one? I was also following you guys on the YouTube channel, so I need to close that and rearrange everything here. So, there we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
I can't hear you now.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay, excellent. So I'm not in Cyprus, sadly. I live in the Netherlands right now. I'm the founder of Project Phoenix, or one of the founders. And the idea was that my colleague Bishop, who is in Cyprus, would present our project and a little bit about what we're going to talk about today. But sadly, he couldn't be there either, so we have to make do with sort of a old-fashioned COVID style presentation. But yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about the importance of inclusion of migrants in society, or the benefits of that. But I'm not going to give you a presentation with a lot of statistics and a lot of research. I'm actually really keen on just talking about it from my own sort of motivation and why I believe that there's a lot of benefits to gain from inclusion. And I'm going to talk about our project actually a little bit later, because I just first want to tell you a little bit about why I started Project Phoenix. And it came from the idea that, you know, I and many of my colleagues and friends and future colleagues in this like come from a very privileged European background, and we have the fortune of living in Europe and having all the sort of services available to us and all the options that we have. Not everyone in the same way, of course, but at least as Europeans, we do have a distinct advantage of living here. And realize that one of the biggest or last large big problems in Europe is the way that we look at migration and how people coming from outside of the European Union, and I don't even just mean refugees or asylum seekers or people, but just generally how we look at people coming to Europe and put them into boxes already before they even arrive. So you have, you know, good migrants and bad migrants, and we classify them in a way that, you know, is usually based on do you have, you know, sort of enough money to support yourself. I think that is sort of the main reason. But we also look at it from a perspective of integration. And in that sense, it becomes very much about, are you like us? You know, do you fit in? And actually, one of the slides I will show you, it's a bit, I hope it's not too bad quality, it's not a very great picture. But when we're talking about integration, we're not going far enough. Because integration, as you can see here, is about allowing people into sort of your circle, but only if they fit a certain set of criteria that sort of you have accepted as a society is necessary to be part of, you know, your friends, your labor market, your you know, jobs, everything like that, and cultural aspects. But even if you integrate, you're never going to have, you know, equality or inclusion. And inclusion is really making, you know, everyone part of the same society, regardless of, you know, their background or where they came from or what their religion is or what their disability is or what their gender is. And I get goes actually much further than just talking about migrants. And when we're looking at an inclusive society, I think migrants play an incredibly large role, because obviously we're constantly and every day facing this sort of dilemma about, you know, what do we do, you know, with refugees? What do we do with asylum seekers? What do we do with what we call this problem? And I would much rather see it as a huge opportunity, because over the, you know, centuries and over the history of Europe, there's been a constant change in how, you know, our society works and how the labor market looks and how jobs are and how people interact with each other. And this has to stay fluid. This has to continue to be an opportunity for everyone. And purely from an economic point of view, inclusion has shown to benefit society much more than it harms it, because we open up markets, we open up opportunities, we open up jobs, and that just you know, makes a lot of sense to me. So when I looked at starting Project Phoenix, the idea was how can we leverage our networks? How can we take advantage of the people we know, the networks we have, to just simply empower, as I put here, empower talent and support ambition. And as you can see, we didn't put in this slogan, we didn't put necessarily migrants or refugees in any way, because it isn't just about that. We happen to focus in our work with a specific group, which we call migrants, people who are coming to Europe who are new to Cyprus. But in fact, it accounts for everyone. And we realize that, when people come to Europe or to Cyprus, they don't know anyone, they don't have any contacts, they often don't speak the language properly, or not even English or no Greek, and they feel completely isolated. And we expect them to learn the language, understand how everything works, find jobs, work, study, everything at the same time. Now, that is what we call integration. So, we take a course on how to speak Greek or speak English, and we take a course on how culture works in a new country. But we don't think of this as an opportunity for our own benefit, for our own society's benefit. We think of this as a humanitarian, sort of responsibility. And that, I think, creates that exact tension where, you get one group of people who say, refugees welcome, and another group says, no, we're full, we don't have jobs for ourselves, and we don't, we cannot provide for more people in our country. And I think it's both sides that need to understand that it's not about, helping people necessarily. It is about creating the best circumstances for our society to allow people to work and to flourish and to start their own businesses, etc. Because if we don't do that, we're actually creating a much larger problem for ourselves. So I'll slowly go into what we're doing, but first I'd like to sort of say a little bit more about, this is exactly what I meant, so there's a lot of, so I'm seeing myself, I need to close this one. So we see that, the current sort of system in which we have created our society is not equipped to allow for this potential that migrants show to flourish. We don't allow them to start their own businesses because we can't give them any loans or credit because they don't have the credit history and we don't trust them. And we don't allow for systems to let them set up their own businesses or to try more job opportunities and give them opportunities. We're fixated on this idea that first they have to completely change and adapt to us, and then maybe they can get a job. And the one size fits all approach, it doesn't really work because people are very different, and in any situation. So we've created a project that is very much grassroots. We don't have a large infrastructure about giving large group trainings or trying to fit sort of the one group of refugees or migrants into one sort of classroom experience. We realize that every person is different, and just the way that every entrepreneur or any job seeker that isn't a migrant or a refugee has different talents and different ambitions and needs to cultivate this on a one-on-one basis. So we created a fellowship program where we work one-on-one with talented migrants and seek to not just look at it from a professional perspective, but also see how we can use our networks that we have to introduce them to society in a very equal sense. So we look for opportunities for them to connect with locals, to connect with international experts and professionals, and we seek to promote their initiatives in a way that it shows how much motivation, talent, and ambition they have. The fellowship program is really based on the idea that we are not helping people, but instead we are supporting their talent and their ambition. Therefore, they don't become beneficiaries in the sense, they become part of our team. And we serve them as much as they serve us, because without them, we wouldn't be able to move this work either. And the networks that I was mentioning really are all the organizations that participated today, but also, organizations like YAS and many others. That is our, the partnerships that we're looking for. We try to move away from partnerships in the sense of let's just apply for funding and try to do projects together, but look at it more from the perspective of, okay, who could benefit from this partnerships and create allies in this, I heard a very interesting comment from someone yesterday about how we create partnerships. And often we create partnerships based merely on a common sort of goal. So just because you're two organizations working on refugees and migrant issues doesn't mean that you are actually allies in what you're doing. Very often you're just sort of looking for a practical partnership that allows you to get funding, but you don't really have the same trust. You don't trust each other enough, and you don't have the same mission to really succeed in reaching your target. And this is also the same partnership that we're trying to create with our fellows in really trying to support them in what they want to do, but also let them understand what we are trying to achieve. Because part of what we're trying to achieve is the advocacy and narrative change. And by that I mean is exactly what I'm talking about today. It's like, how can we, as a community, as a society, promote and demonstrate that inclusion of migrants, in especially the labor space, the workforce, is a benefit to it, and not just a humanitarian sort of target goal. As I said, I'm not going to go through this whole presentation because it's not really about us, it's much more about the idea. For example, one of our fellows, Leticia, who many of you or some of you might know, she's originally a refugee from Cameroon. She's been in Cyprus now for several years. She came incredibly motivated to Cyprus, wanting to start her own business, wanting to start her own NGO, motivational speaker. She's an incredibly driven person. But also she found, that even though she made many friends, it was very difficult for her to just take that next step and do something with her ideas and her potential. And she founded a company called Afrogy, and they make beautiful T-shirts and clothes with a sort of European African style. And she's been very successful, selling those and being, an incredible personality in showing the potential that refugees, I guess, but people have. But for her, it was very difficult to launch this because she's still working on, trying to figure out how to connect to local businesses, how to break free of that I'm a refugee, box and just become an entrepreneur. And we're trying to help her with some of that, but it's really not up to us. It's really about society just starting to accept more that people like her are incredibly valuable to the local economy. She can create jobs, she can create a fashion label that appeals to many more than just well-wishers and people who support refugees. She would be an asset to many companies as well. And it's a bit of a cliche. I mean, this is also why I'm showing this one. It's a bit of a cliche that, you know, this is all that, you know, African refugees can do, is make beautiful clothes or play music or do something creative like that. It's not. I mean, Leticia, for example, with her talent and skills, she would be an asset to many companies as well in many positions. And but this is still the way that we have to do it. You know, this is still the way that we have to show and try to show the value of migrants. And while I think it's fantastic that she's come so far, it's also, you know, a bit sad that we still have to do it this way. This is more about our project. So we've also, as some of you have already mentioned, had to adapt incredibly during this pandemic. And one of the things that we realized was the most important, and this is definitely more about integration than inclusion, because it's from the perspective of the migrant, is to learn the language. And of course this is very essential of anything, and you know, if you can't communicate, then you can't be part of something. And why English? You know, we are in Cyprus, it should be Greek. But we realize that, you know, Greek is such a difficult language, and I'm from the Netherlands, so you know, Dutch is also a very difficult language for newcomers to learn. I know people who've been in the Netherlands for 30 years and still don't speak proper Dutch. And it just highlights something that we need to understand, and this is the kind of part of inclusion rather than integration, is that yes, it would be wonderful and it's necessary for people to learn the language, but if you're coming, you know, from outside, you don't have anything, you're just arriving, you need to work, you need to take care of your children and all that. Try to learn the language. I mean, you know, this is not easy. This is not something you do, you know, just in between things. And so we did this online survival English course during the pandemic because it was not possible to do it on site. And it's actually been amazing how many people applied to this. We couldn't have everyone. This was incredible to see because people really wanted and really needed this course and were asking for it so many times. And why? Because with a little bit of English, they were able to apply for jobs, they were able to, you know, write their CV, they were able to communicate in hospitals and communicate with their government, you know, workers, and it really allowed them to take that next step. But it also requires, you know, local societies to accept you a little bit and say, like, okay, maybe they don't speak Greek yet, but you know, this is also a step, you know, and you know, we need to meet each other in the middle somewhere. Well, again, we do a lot of things, and we try to get a bit of them everywhere. So we've worked with YEU Cyprus, and this is you know, we're sort of trying to find the intersection between several of the SDGs, to be honest with you, in seeing that, you know, migration is part of what our conversation and what we need to do, and it's connected to so many things, and vice versa. So, for example, YEU Cyprus collected food every Saturday to distribute to people in need, and you know, many of those people in need were migrants, but many also weren't. And this is actually what shows, you know, the necessity to call it inclusion and look at it from the perspective of who is really, is it really just a distinction between migrants and locals, or is there a lot more to it? And I think there's a lot more to it. So there are a lot of people in Cyprus who need that kind of support, be it migrants or not. So, how am I doing with time? I think I'm getting close to...
You were in the
right.
time, yeah. If you can...
That's fine. So, you know, we are it's summer now, so it's a bit slow everything. But we are looking to create a new space, physical space in the center of Nicosia, which will be a social innovation lab. And it is a little bit about this whole idea of inclusion. The idea is that it is a space co-created with the refugee community, as it says here, but the co-creation part is what is really the most important thing. It's co-created with the refugee community. So the co-creation part is with society. It's not just about supporting the refugee community. It's about finding synergies. I actually hate that word. I'm sorry for using that word, synergies. It's about finding ways to work together and really find ways. How can your business or your project collaborate with someone who's new to the country? How does that benefit you? You know, different perspectives, different ideas, different languages. You know, do you need an Arabic speaker? Do you need a French speaker? You know, these are ways to really look at your business and think about how can I, break free of this, Cypriot, Dutch, Belgian, German mentality and think like, okay, this can actually be an opportunity for me. So, yeah, I mean, I could, talk about this for a long time. So that's sort of my message for today is just, let's think together and try to find ways how we can actually think of this not as how do we help refugees get jobs or migrants, but how do we actually think about this from a perspective of Cypriot development? How do we break free of this sort of
Thank you very much,
mentality
Michael.
of them and us? Anyway.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Actually, I'm going to keep you in the call. They won't see you, just in case we have questions in the end of the session, or maybe you can watch us from YouTube and answer there the questions, whatever you prefer.
I'll probably, if it's okay for me to join YouTube, I'll probably prefer that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
As we have realized, we are really running out of time, so I will ask kindly our next speakers to try to speak a little bit in their time zones. Thank you. And we have Evi Gruta and Kemal Asik representing the the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research.
Okay, hi, I'm Evie.
I'm Kemal.
And we're representing the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research. So I'm going to briefly introduce you to the work of the association, and then my colleague Kemal is going to talk to you about one of our biggest projects at the moment. And we're going to keep it brief so we give you more time for questions later on. So when we present our work, we like to remind people of this situation right here and actually the way we think about it. So for us, these are not only dividing lines, buffer zones, areas controlled by different communities in the island, but this also represents all the other divisions that this perpetuates and creates, and in education, in politics, in all the other aspects of our lives. And also, we are actually situated in the buffer zone. We are working in the buffer zone, and we're situated in Nicosia. So it became a habit looking at these things around. It became normalized, but we are actually trying to challenge also this normality. We're situated in Nicosia, in the buffer zone, as I said, and we are dealing mostly with education. So when we look at the two educational systems, we see the divisive character of them. So there is a cultivation of nationalism and construction of separate ethnic identities in either side of the divide. Peace is only understood in terms of the Cyprus issue.
So normally it's something very political, only politicians talk about it, and it's discussed in similar ways wherever you go. And we would like to remind you that Cyprus is now actually 4th in the most militarized places in the world, and there is total absence of education for disarmament. So does it matter if we have so much army around? I don't hear a lot of people bothering about it. Okay, so the reflection of it, like that we have the cultivation of different identities in the side of the divide. You can actually see it very clearly in these pictures. We have kids dressed up as soldiers, recreating war scenes, parading like little soldiers, and holding flags, of course. All right, so for us, 2003 is considered a historic day. It was the first day that the checkpoints were opened. So after, since 1974, it was the first time that Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots could meet each other. Of course, some did before that, but the majority of the population didn't. So that gave the step to educators, history educators, researchers across the divide to come together and create the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research, which is a non-governmental, non-profitable, and bi-communal organization that focuses on the teaching and learning of history and historiography. So we envision a society that the issues of how we learn history, how we teach history, how we write history, and what we learn are actually part of a democracy, and it's a means to advance historical thinking and critical thinking. So this is who we are. You can see how we are underneath the masks. So we are a team that we are very different in terms of gender, in terms of ethnic identity, in all of the other, interests, but we're also very similar in the way we envision the world and our values of education, of peace, and dialogue, of course. Okay, so these are the 3 pillars of our work. We focus on history education. In the last years, we also developed material and projects mainly on peace education, so we don't always discuss history, we don't always touch the red buttons. And then we have another pillar, which is the Home for Cooperation. It's an actual space in the buffer zone, a space for people to meet, to co-create, to work together, to sit next to each other and listen to music. Okay, so most of our activities are around research. So we see areas in history education, things that we think that are not discussed a lot, or there is not much research about it. So we conduct research, and we usually communicate it through publications, through supplementary educational material. So we give teachers ready-made material that they can apply to their practice, or they can adapt them to their context. We do trainings, workshops, conferences, seminars, and youth camps. We're running an intercommunal children's choir. We do policy recommendation, on-site visits, city tours, bike tours across the divide, and also we have a library. And many more. Okay, so a bit more about our supplementary educational materials. You can find them online, or feel free to come by the Home for Cooperation and pick up a copy. We publish them in 3 languages, in English, Greek, and Turkish. And it's usually, as I told you, about a topic that is not discussed much in the existing educational systems. For example, the history of women. How many women do you see in your school books? So this is actually a research on the existing books across the divide, and some recommendations on lesson plans that you can do to actually introduce the history of women. We have books about mixed villages in Cyprus, where Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots live together. How was the situation? How can you introduce this in your classroom, and also some more, let's say, sensitive issues like the history of the missing persons, and many others. Okay, and you can find them all online, just a reminder. So right now we're working on a new publication. This is actually about educational visits to sites of environmental, historic, cultural significance. We're hoping to get it out with the new school year, so keep an eye on it. So we take different locations and we look at different aspects, different parts of history, different issues that concern this location. We touch upon sustainability, environmental sustainability, gender, the history of the minorities, migrants, etc., etc. So if you're interested, you can find our policy paper online and the way we envision Cyprus and education. This is a bit about our upcoming actions, the projects we're working on right now. We are revising our policy paper. We have the annual History Education Lab for educators, trainers, academics, so around different issues of history education. And then we have 3 new publications coming on the way, one on gender and monuments, one on national celebrations, and one on language and identity. So we have been honored to receive these 4 awards in the last years, one on the conservation of the building of the Home for Cooperation. Thank you. The Max van der Stoel Award about the protection of national minorities, the Sean McBride Peace Prize in 2019, and we recently got a new one called the Jean Global Education Award on the project that Kemal is going to talk about on global education. So,
thanks. I'm going to be talking about one of our biggest projects that we've been working on in the recent years, which is called Imagine. Imagine is an educational program on anti-racist education and an education for a culture of peace. It's implemented by the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research and Home for Cooperation under the auspices of the Bicommunal Technical Committee on Education. It's funded by the Federal Foreign Office of Germany and is supported by UNFICIP. Maybe before I get into details, recently we produced a video in scope of the Global Education Award that we recently was awarded with. So maybe we could watch that and then...
We won't watch it fully. I'm apologize for that.
That's okay.
Okay, just to get a clear
Imagine is a project on anti-racist education for a culture of peace, that brings together students and teachers from across the existing divide in Cyprus. Since 2017, Imagine has succeeded to bring more than 5,000 students and 1,000 teachers from across the divide together. These people, the vast majority of them, have never met someone from the other community in the past. So what we are doing is actually removing the first brick from the wall that is dividing the communities in Cyprus to see each other.
Through the activities of Imagine, teachers and students are encouraged to work together and collaborate. The tools we're mapping, these may include sport, cooking, arts, crafts, and the overall sharing of opinions.
Συμμετοχή στο Imagine προτείνει αξιότητες ανοιχτικότητας, συνεργασίας, διαχείρισης ρατσιστικών στερεοτύπων, αξιότητες απαραίτητες στο σήμερα, θέλουμε την Κύπρη να συμβιώσουμε, αλλά και απαραίτητες σε όλο τον κόσμο, που διασφαλίζουν τις πραγματικές αξίες.
Imagine projesine katılıp çok kültürlü ürünlerle teşvik eder aslında. Din, dil, etnik köken, mezhep, cinsiyet, yaş, cinsel yöneliminden dolayı hiç kimseye ayrım yapılamayacağını teşvik eder bu proje.
Η καλλιέργεια αυτών των δεξιοτήτων συμβάλλει αποφασιστικά και θωρακίζει την κοινωνία απέναντι στη βία και τον ρατσισμό και δημιουργεί εν τέλει τον σύγχρονο δημοκρατικό πολίτη.
Paylaşmayı öğrenen çocuklar birlikte yaşamayı da öğrenir.
Και αυτά τα παιδιά που ήταν αρνητικά ήταν τα πρώτα που ενθουσιάστηκαν και μάλιστα κράτησαν επαφή με παιδιά της τουρκοκυπριακής κοινότητας και από ό,τι ξέρω διατηρούν ακόμα τις επαφές.
Έτσι μαθαίνουν τα παιδιά ότι οι διαφορές μπορούν να επιληθούν με βάση το διάλογο και μαθαίνουν να σέβονται τα ανθρώπινα δικαιώματα.
Okay.
Sorry for interrupting.
That's all right. So these are participating teachers that have participated in the project, and we asked for their feedback for the video. So it sort of gives you the idea of what Imagine entails overall. I'll just give you some brief information about the structure of how Imagine works, and I'll try to keep it short. Oops, sorry. Okay.
I know you would like to play.
So the main objectives of Imagine are to discuss stereotypes and discrimination and how this impacts people's everyday lives and how it is manifested in our daily experiences, and also develop critical thinking or critical interpretation skills in order to sort of analyze our daily experiences and the reality of Cyprus, to tackle racism, xenophobia and discrimination, and to promote values of equality and tolerance. So what we do in Imagine, the first step that we do is we have monocommunal workshops. So Turkish-speaking trainers will go to a Turkish Cypriot school, Greek-speaking trainers will go to a Greek Cypriot school. And what we will do there is we'll have activities which focus on stereotypes, discrimination, and sort of prepare the students for contact with members of the other community. Then what we do, we arrange with the two groups of students on a date that to meet at the buffer zone, and they come to the Home for Cooperation. They have two options. They can either have a bicommunal peace education workshop, or they can have sports activities with another NGO called Peace Player Cyprus. So in order to further this contact and collaboration, some groups want to meet again or want to engage in more activities. And for those groups we provide sustainability activities. These could be monocommunal sustainability activities that they do in their own schools, in their own classrooms, or bicommunal activities in which they come back to the buffer zone, to the Home for Cooperation, and we engage in further activities. The methodology differentiates according to the age group and preferences as well. This could include cooking, stencils, art activities, crafts, sports activities, more peace education activities. Besides the sustainability actions, we also provide the option of having walks across Nicosia, across the divide, or study visits. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we weren't able to actually pilot the study visits yet. However, we have organized a few walks across the divide. These specific activities are for secondary school students. And before we bring the students to Nicosia to do the walk together or to do the study visits, we go back to their schools to prepare them for the visit, for the activity itself. These are some of the images which might give you a feel of how Imagine works. These are from monocommunal workshops. This is a cooking workshop that took place at the Home for Cooperation. Stencil, art activities, and these are the preparatory workshops that take place before we do the Nicosia walks. This is during the walks, and yeah. Besides the activities with the students, we also provide trainings for teachers and head teachers. So each year, for teachers, we have 5 monocommunal workshops in each community. These take place obviously in the Turkish if it's Turkish Cypriot community, or Greek if it's the Greek Cypriot community. And then we have 2 bicommunal workshops where teachers that have already participated in the monocommunals come to the buffer zone and they do extra workshops. And we have previously organized a head teacher conference in 2019 with the participation of the 2 political leaders also. And we usually, throughout our activities with teachers and head teachers, we invite international or local experts to provide guidance on how to develop their skills. In this case, it was more on democratic competencies for head teachers or school administrators. So Imagine basically entails not only workshops or educational activities for students, but also for teachers and head teachers. And so far, this is the Imagine map, and the different colors showcase the different years that the project has been implemented. And so far, we've tried to cover the entire island. There are a few places where we could have more pins, but hopefully in the upcoming years, we'll fill those gaps as well. One of the things that we're trying to do is to decentralize from Nicosia, because in Nicosia there are many more opportunities to participate in intercommunal activities, but it's not the case for the more rural areas of Cyprus. So one thing that we're trying to do is decentralize and go across the island itself. And the final thing that I'll speak about a bit, Evie has already mentioned a bit, but I can add on to it. I'm guessing many of you know the Home for Cooperation. It was established by the HDR in 2011 and has served as an intercommunal hub for people to come together, to work together, or to be entertained together. And most of the activities of HDR do take place at the Home for Cooperation. It not only provides a space for educational activities, but also artistic activities, cultural activities. And I think that's all from me.
Thank you. They were freeing my breath on their heads. Okay, I will give 10 minutes, unfortunately, to questions. I know that is a really important topic, but what I will suggest is if anyone would like to pose more questions, then write to us into YAS, and we will give these questions to the speakers, and then we're going to disseminate the answers to everyone. So just saving time. I know you're tired, and I know your time is precious, so yeah, this is the way out. So, do we have any questions? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Well, my question is for Andri. I don't know if Andri can answer it or it's...
I will try to do my best.
If in your presentation, Andri, you said that you're not happy with the results of the election. Nobody knows. I mean, instead of going forward, we're stepping back.
It's a setback.
I mean, so, coming from the Commissioners for Equality Office, are there any thoughts of how to tackle this? I mean, as feminist movement in Cyprus, and I say yes because I'm part of that movement, we are fighting to have positive measures and quotas. And this government said no to the legislation because it's against the constitution, but they didn't try to change the constitution, so it's another issue. What the Commissioner's office is planning to do in order to tackle this, we need more women out there.
I totally allow me, please, because I.
It's okay.
So thank you very much for the question, and also because quite a lot of men between us. I want to say as well that men are facing inequalities too, and that is a reality. Maybe in a smaller percentage, in a smaller rate, but men face inequalities too. What I will say, and I said in my presentation, that yes, the reduction of the percentages of the women in parliament is a setback. We had, it has increased from 8 to 12 just the last 24 months, and the rate was up to 21.4. Now we went back, maybe 15 years back, and we are down to 14.5%. We all know that we need more effective actions, action measures, which need to be implemented in our country. And yes, I agree with you that quotas is a very positive measure, and it has been implemented to many countries and showed that this measure is very positive. But again, you are very right, in our country cannot be applied because to the Article 28 of our Constitution. And what recently the Commissioner herself stated is that efforts will be made to amend this article. We will start a big debate on how to proceed, what measures and other policies we can implement, and for sure we do not want to see these results in the next elections. But it's very, very important to say that we had like 650 candidates in the last elections, and among them we had 159 women, and we had only 8 elected. What is most important is that these women that are being candidates, they must stay active. They must stay active, and not because they lost, let's say, one battle, they have to backstep. They have to stay active because there are a lot of battles that they have to win in the society generally. And we all know that stereotypes and social prejudice are also is an obstacle for women in politics, because in our mindset we put the women in the private sector and the men in the public sector. For sure, women need actions and measures in order to balance work and work and family life. We need more seminars for them. We need actions, because violence against women is another obstacle for women to come in front in politics as well. Fight stereotypes, social prejudice, and what I've said, we have a long way to go in order that we fully reach gender equality.
So are we going to see actual money in the National Action Plan this time? Last National Action Plan for Gender Equality?
Yes, there is one, that is under the Ministry of Justice and Public Order. There is a minimum, how I can say, money about it. Of course, money are never enough. We always need more and more. And please allow me to say that very recently we had the approval from the Ministerial Cabinet, the National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security for implementing the UN Resolution 1325. And yes, we need a lot of money to implement. Exactly, where are the women? Don't challenge me, because I have to say that women outnumber men, and they are the 51% in the EU, half of the humanity. Where are the women? So this is what we have to do. We have to fight all these obstacles are keeping women back.
So we have many questions.
Okay,
we'll
take a question. We speak a lot about women standing up, and what about educating our men? Because even from a young age, we don't have education for men on the microaggressions, the jokes that cultivate this culture that allows sexual violence and domestic violence to be normalized to women, and especially young women, because from a young age, 12, 13 women have this thing with men, sexualizing them, and this is something that we have to be concerned about. And I feel like a lot of the time we have to empower women, of course, definitely. But what about educating our men? Because our men, they don't understand what we go through, because they operate from a position of privilege. So they will never understand the oppression that we face. So from a young age, if we were to educate our men on these issues and what women have to go through and how they can play a role in our lives, it would change society dramatically, I believe, because, once men are older, they have already developed these prejudices. We already have this problem of trying to convince them now that we have this oppression, or we have this thing. So
very true, and thank you very much for the question. And what we all state is that gender equality is not a women's issue. It's an issue that matters society in a whole. And yes, if we want to have a gender equality, we have to bring men beside us, not behind us, not in front of us, beside us. And education must start from the house, from the day that we start raising our children. But unfortunately, we're raising girls and boys differently.
Yes.
And this is what we have to start working with young couples as well. That they have children, they have to raise them the same. Doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. We need to raise our children the same way. And education, plays a crucial role. That's why we cooperate with the Ministry of Education, and we have common actions. We implement seminars. We visit schools as well. So,
I also wanted to say in the pamphlet there's no statistics on like racism, like on kind of like how black people, people of color, how other minorities are affected. And for us to have gender equality, we must have intersectionality. We can't have feminism without intersectionality. And for that to be missing, for there to just be plainly no statistics is just unacceptable. Like, we must know where these issues are, because racism is a big issue in this country. And black women, for example, they face not only being a woman, but also being black, and we don't even have statistics on this. We have no information. How are we to help people if we don't have information on this, you know? It's just a question that I thought was relevant. I was surprised.
Christina would like to answer something, but as far as data concerned, yes, we have a lack of data. We don't have data, not only for this, but even for violence against women.
Yeah.
We do not have data, and this is what we are going to work on it.
I'm going to be the bad cop, but I should answer very briefly because we're 1 hour late.
Well, it's up to you if you want to continue the...
Yes, and we can accept any questions you want to...
Actually, I was thinking to have it in a written form, to send it into YAS, and then forward it to you and publish it on our Facebook page and send it also in your emails.
All right.
Because it's very important. I know, for example, that there are also questions regarding Project Phoenix and the Historical Association, and I would not like to stop this discussion just because we're running out of time. So if you like answer this question, just one note, I'm going to have one presentation from starting for the economic SDGs in order to let the director of the Department of Labor of the Republic of Cyprus to proceed with his work, and then we are going to make a brief break. Our lunch is going to eliminate it in half hour. So yeah, that's pretty much it, just to give you an outline of the program.
Well, I would like first of all to thank the colleagues and especially the Association for Historical Dialogue for their amazing work. And it's truly extraordinary and very necessary what you're doing. And I wish that at the political level could acknowledge this contribution to our society. And also I would like to join my voice with the feminist movement and Eleni, and I would like to ask you, Andri, if you could portray these demands to the commissioner, because money are important, and of course we all know that social perceptions can change. All of us are doing contributions to education and with our projects, but it's important that we have someone to advocate for us at the political level to raise the budget for the implementation of the action plans. And this is a general, I mean, yes, we need that the action plans reflect the needs of the communities of Cyprus and allow us to implement our role in society. It's also a responsibility of this government and any government to support the NGOs in their work, and also in terms with regards to positive action measures, they are necessary if we want to see change in the near future. And of course, in terms of data collection, I will agree with the audience that, and if perhaps also the Commissioner can support also this demand, to ask especially the Statistics Authority of the government to initiate this unified data collection system for all forms of violence and discrimination. I think this is very long awaited. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have to end this session, but we're promising to do also a follow-up on SDG Cafe where we can discuss these issues. So we're finishing with the social SDGs. I will ask for our next speakers to come. Alexandros Alexandrou, Director of the Department of Labor at the Republic of Cyprus, to make the presentation. And also the next speakers, if you like, you can come and join us and we can do it this way, or if you prefer lunch, I will give the vote to the audience actually. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandros Alexandrou. I'm the Director of the Department of Labor. And I will start my presentation by just saying that the biggest challenge faced by Cyprus economy today or the recent years, among others, is the unemployment. And also allow me to say that with the return to positive growth rates and the labor market stabilization, and as a result we have a decline in the unemployment rate, and in this having all these positive reactions, we see a positive medium and long-term horizon. So I will start saying that economic recovery and creation of more and better jobs are the key to combating poverty. The only way to move away from poverty and social exclusion is to accelerate the integration of the unemployed into employment. In this way, we can ensure households a continuous flow of income and decent living. Having in mind the crisis that we've been facing, and I will concentrate on the COVID crisis, COVID-19, I will just say the emergency measures that the government introduced to maintain employment, reduce unemployment rates and improve the productivity and resilience of the business, create the right conditions for sustainable and green growth. The employment of young people, especially those outside education, employment and training plays an important role in this effort. And on the slides you see, I'll show you different types of measures that we introduce, and we start with the lifelong learning for employees. These are the schemes that we've been running. The first one is a special scheme for training the unemployed in specific economic sectors affected by the pandemic. I can go into details, but I understand that we run out of time. We have other different measures, single company training programs that we do in Cyprus, single company training programs that we run abroad. We have multi-company training programs, and the things that you see on the screen are implemented by the HRDA, which is the Human Resource Development Authority of Cyprus. It's a semi-governmental organization. It has a board of directors that consists of government, trade unions and employers. And is run by a levy that the employers are paying for their employees. So with this slide you can see what we are doing with the employees. With the next slides is it's measures that we use for the integration of the unemployed to employment. The first one is the special scheme for vocational training of the unemployed in organizations of the public and broader public sector, local government authorities, NGOs, and non-profit institutions. That was a very successful program. We have schemes that run for the employment and training of the tertiary education graduates, schemes for training of long-term unemployed into enterprises and organizations. We have training programs for the unemployed and the standard multi-company training program participation of the unemployed. The ones that I just showed you is the training programs that we run. These programs are also run by and financed by the HRDA. And in addition to training, because my subject is active labor market policies, we have the subsidy schemes. Subsidy schemes that we've been running. They are financed by the European Social Fund, by the Youth Employment Initiative, by the New Recovery and Resilience Fund, and by the Cyprus government. You see a list of subsidy schemes. The first two schemes, I put them on the board because they were the most successful of all the schemes that we'll be running. We ran them during the crisis of 2013-2016. We don't run them anymore. It was emergency schemes that we had to run them in order to keep people active and interested and give them more tools to enter the labor market. The rest of the schemes are schemes that as I said, are running now, and I'll say about schemes for hiring people with disabilities, schemes for hiring young people aged 15 to 29 that their needs, not in education, employment or training. We have schemes, general schemes for the general unemployed people. I have to say that we introduced these schemes in October 2020. Were very successful schemes. We managed to put at work 3,500 people, and we issued them again 2 weeks ago. So you see they're very popular schemes. And also have a scheme for the labor restoration of detainees. Also have other schemes that we're trying to run in the next months to come. Digital schemes, schemes for green skills, skills for actually schemes for the blue skills. You see, we target, I would say, the whole economy and all the sectors of economic activity. We also have schemes that are coming in the next months also. So you see a lot of schemes that we are introducing to the economy and the labor market of Cyprus. The reason is that we are expecting the economy to pick up, get out of this slow pace that has been run in the last 1.5 years. So we want to be there and support the employers and the companies, and hopefully we'll go to a positive growth rate and be able to overcome this difficult time that we've been facing for the last 18 months. I don't think you need me to go to describe every single of these schemes. The schemes are all listed, and somebody that wants details, you can visit our website. It shows the specific criteria that they have to be fulfilled, the budget, the duration. Actually, the duration is until the spending of all the budget. So we keep them up until we run out of budget. On top of the schemes that we run by HRDA and the Department of Labor, which are the two main players on the ALNP arena, we have two schemes that are run, one by the Cyprus Bar Association and the other one by the Cyprus Scientific and Technical Chambers. It's schemes that are addressed to young graduates and actually law graduates, that they are doing their practical, and the idea is to give them enough support to be able to finish with dignity their training programs. And the other one has to do with civil engineering, architects, graduates that they need to do training before they are allowed to exercise their occupation. It stands for both of them. The reason is that we saw some exploitation by the lawyers and by the architects and civil engineers societies, so we decided that we had to support these people in order to go through and be successful at the end. And what we just described before, in order to be successful, we have activities to attract and activate needs. We have a system of vocational qualifications that we believe that is very important to have it in Cyprus so that we can have a much higher quality of labor. And we do forecast, employment forecast and anticipation of skilled needs in order to assist us and help us to develop and the training programs and the schemes that I described before in order to cover the labor needs and the needs of the labor market. I would also want to tell you today that today we introduce another thing. We stopped doing the automatic renewals of the unemployed. We moved the Department of Labor and the Public Employment Services. They become digital as of today. So people that they're unemployed and they want to renew their employment, and people that unfortunately they're going to lose their employment, they have to do all necessary steps via the internet. So no more contacts directly with the employment counselors, but no more direct contacts, but we're very close and support to people that they need our support and help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you realize, we're adjusting into the new situation. So do you have any questions to be posed now? Yes, we have one.
I volunteer with refugees and a lot of migrants that when they come to Cyprus, they cannot work. So do you have any schemes, because migrants usually can work, and asylum seekers only can work in designated areas. But they have much more skills, much more talents. Some of them are doctors, some of them are highly skilled labor force, but they cannot work in those areas. Do you have any plans to change that, or no?
Let's start talking about first, before somebody registers to the Public Employment Service. It doesn't matter if it's Cypriot, European, or third country national, they have to bring their credentials. We evaluate their credentials, and according to their credentials, we register them as unemployed if they are willing and able to work. These are the criteria that we use. Now, if you recall, we started employing third country nationals in some types of economic activity that we broadened them up 2 years ago. We are keep looking and we are keep our eyes open on the situations. We don't just open just like that economic activities. But before we open something, as I said before, we need to have the credentials that they are credentials that we can live on them, and on top of that, a third country national, according to the European Union, they have to go through certain procedures. And the procedures means to identify their vocational qualifications. So in order to do that, we need the justification. It can be a university degree or some other type of degree from training or a practical type of exercise. We need them in order to evaluate them. Once we evaluate them, yes, we can approve them and they can work in other sectors. But as I said, the criteria is to fulfill the vocational qualifications that the European Union is setting. And just to give you a happy note, as from 1st of January 2021, the same happens for UK citizens.
Do we have more questions? No? Okay. We're also going to have another presentation. I would like to specifically thank Eleni Karaoli and Kelly Kulisu that they're accepting to move their presentation after the lunch. We're fed with knowledge, but we need some actual food, to get ours. And actually, the discussion can continue during the roundtable discussions. We can adjust it a little bit and discuss on important issues like the social aspect and the economic aspect. So I will also invite our last speaker for this hour, Philippos Rousseautis, representing Sustainable Tourism Initiative Cyprus. Thank you very much for your presence and presentation. Okay, so we're moving with that.
All right, good afternoon. I would like to be as quickly as possible. However, my comment for what I hear from you with regard to gender equality, with regard to living together, the two communities living together, with regard to sustainability and the environment, I think the big issue here is education. If we want to change our behavior as Cypriots, we need to educate ourselves, we need to educate our youth. I am the chairman of the Cyprus Sustainable Tourist Initiative, and we see that COVID-19, as you all know, we have no tourists at all, and we see that as an opportunity to do things better. It is crucial that the traveling tourists take this as an opportunity to do things better. And we believe that sustainable tourism is the only way forward. Oops.
It's not moving. We can do it manually. Okay.
Okay. I don't know about tourism, how much you are aware about tourism. Much tourism is what we have been used. Now we have no tourists at all, and we're going to a new era for more sustainable tourism. We have to take this opportunity to minimize the economic and the social impacts. As a result of the COVID-19, we have tremendous of social impacts and economic impacts. And the challenge right now is we need the tourists more than before. Therefore, we need to start tourists, but we need to start it more responsibly.
I will do it manually. It doesn't work with the PDF.
Coronavirus should give us a hope that we are able to tackle the climate crisis. And we hear a lot about today. The focus now needs to be on how to learn from the COVID-19 crisis in order to respond to the climate crisis. And it's crucial that all stakeholders tackle the climate change with the same speed and urgency that we tackle the COVID-19. And we see that the COVID-19, the governments reacted very quickly because they see the results of COVID-19. With climate change, we see that the things will happen in the distant future and we don't care about it. So we need to take action immediately because the results of the climate change, there will be a lot more worse than the results of COVID-19.
I know it.
We developed an online conference before, but in order to discuss these issues, and we can see it on our website of the Cyprus Sustainable Tourist Initiative, all the results of this conference we had They are there. It is time to introduce changes in order to reduce the environmental impact and at the same time address the climate change. We need to secure that the destinations will be here for the next generations to be enjoyed. And if I like to add here, as a sustainable tourism initiative, we see the whole island as one. And if we litter in this side, we influence the other side. If we litter the sea on the other side, it affects here. And not only in Cyprus, but the whole Mediterranean is affected, so everybody have to work together. And we have shared all our projects to the other side, and they are also in English. All our projects are online and they are in English. I don't know, you are not from the tourist industry. I'm from the tourist industry. We're dynamic people, and the tourist industry is very dynamic. It affects everybody. And we felt it this last 15 months when tourists stopped, when we had no tourists. So that we have, it affects the entertainment, it affects the hospital, it affects the schools, it affects all sorts of the economy, all parts of the economy, and we need the tourists to come back. Okay? And a sustainable future, there are also invisible benefits of tourism. Some of you might criticize tourism that creates a lot of problems to the climate, to the environment, but there are some, what I call them, the invisible benefits of tourism. We are better people. We understand each other better. We expand our horizons. We develop our personal education adventure. We improve our health, break the daily life. I mean, we change our routine. When we travel, we are much better people. So tourism is more than a necessity. It's not a luxury product. And the global impact of the tourism, 1 in 10 jobs is related to tourism, 1.6 trillion in exports are related to tourism, 10% of the world's GDP is related to tourism. And you can see there the numbers, how big is the tourism in relation to the global economy. And you can see we are expected to have 1.8 billion by 2030 if we didn't have COVID-19. So right now, things change, and we have to make our new calculations about the future of the tourist industry, and we have to focus on the quality of tourists, not the numbers. Okay? And we have experienced before 2019 what we call over-tourists. Some people hyper-tourists, tourist overdose. This is we have too many people, and you can see here in Cyprus, and I think in both sides, adding rooms every year, and the result it's over-tourists, not quality tourists, and you ended up not getting enough money, having more people, but you earn less money. Okay? Over tourists, you can see here we need to improve the product and introduce destination management systems in Cyprus. Only 11% of the national tourist organizations, they have sustainability in their policy. More and more tourist destinations are struggling to cope with the problems created by over tourists, and there are places like Venice, Barcelona, these places are the experience over tourism. You can see some demonstrations against tourists, and the tourist income per night decreases as the number of tourists increases. So if we keep saying in Cyprus we want to increase the number of tourists to 6-7 million, is not the right way forward. Okay? So here we have some examples of over tourism. You can see here Venice before COVID-19, you can see here Venice after COVID-19, and you see there Venice with only 55,000 residents, it has more than 24 million tourists per year. And I believe that in every of these 17 sustainable development goals, the tourist industry can contribute. And with no tourists, that means we're not helping achieving these sustainable development goals by 2030. The poverty we can address, we can address the equality, all this. So the tourism is more than important, and as somebody said, development that is not sustainable is not in fact development, and it's a short-term loan against a long-term debt to the future. Okay? An opportunity to seek the right approach to tourism through sustainability. And here you can see the different types of tourists that are more friendly to the environment, that are more sustainable. You can see there the different types of tourists that I'm very happy to see there. I think the Deputy Minister of Tourism is talking about these issues, about somebody mentioned about traditional food, about authenticity, and all these things. These are the different types of tourists. Looking ahead, sustainable future is an opportunity to change and improve. Government needs to tackle the climate change in the same speed and urgency that they tackled the pandemic. The new normal must not be based on unlimited growth and unlimited Consumption, this is very important. This is a very good lesson to be learned for Cyprus. It's a time for the tourist industry to change, reduce its environmental impact, and address the crisis of the climate change. The behavior of our tourists will change, and the tourist industry needs to adapt to the new trends. And globally, the tourists change. They are more environmentally friendly. Big platforms like TripAdvisor, like Booking.com, they have sections about sustainability, about the environment. And if somebody is supposed to choose a destination, that a hotel, for example, it has the same price, it will choose the one that is more friendly to the environment. Fewer tourists, less growth, need for sustainability. A destination can have the tourists, but tourists should not have the destination. As Taglanaski said there, we need to address the society, the environment, and the destination's economy. Very important. We need to focus to more authentic, more original, focusing on people and the culture of the destination, and create experiences for guests to cherish for the rest of our lives, of their lives. And it's a great opportunity now to change and start seeing the tourists not as numbers with a dollar sign on their head, but as our guests. This is very important, to treat the tourists as our guests, who will welcome it to our house, and whose visit will be an experience that they will remember for the rest of their life. It will be an experience for the host as well as for the tourists. Okay? The tourist is a lifesaver for millions of people, especially in the developing world. Reopening the world to tourists will save jobs, protect livelihoods, and allow our sector to continue its vital role in promoting sustainable development, as was said by the UNWTO Secretary. Tourists is resilient, and you will come back. And this is a positive impact. I don't want to go through this. These are the milestones of our organization, what we have done. What we have done, this is what we have done. We've been around here since 2006. We address the issues. Some people don't know about it, but we are in the tourist industry. The tourist industry cares about the environment, cares about the people, and we support all these initiatives. If you want to find more about it, you can find on our website. I try to be as quickly as possible. I have presented our, because I see some people also from the other side, I did present our projects into the other side, and we have everything is in English. It's one island, and we look forward to be one sustainable island to be enjoyed by the next generations of tourists and locals alike. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a quite energetic speech for the last session.
It was in the morning.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Actually, I have finished a tourist guide a little bit before the pandemic. And what I would like to address is that we have to face not as tourism, but as travelers. Because we have connected the tourists with the economic aspect, and if we see them as human beings, I mean, it whole changes the perception. And it's very important that you have introduced sustainability into the sector of tourism in order, to make a change towards that. So it is really important initiative.
Our success relies on the fact that we deliver and our connection with the tour operators. Because as you all know, everybody wants to appear that is doing the right thing. And if there are two trends in our world right now, it's digitalization and sustainability. So for the young people, it's two areas that you need to focus, because there are a lot of jobs, and this is the way forward: digitalization and sustainability. And the big tour operators, and in that conference I mentioned very quickly, we have big tour operators from EasyJet, from TUI. They address this issue. So they address. They have sustainability directors. So it's best if you feel about it and you address it, rather than you address it because it is a trend. Because we have also this type of people. They address it because it's a trend. They don't really believe in it. So we believe in it, so hopefully.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have more questions on the topic?
Just two questions. Are you cooperating with the Sub-Minister of Tourism? Can you send the presentations to
This presentation, actually, I have given it an international conference. We have more than 400 participants, and one of the speakers was the Deputy Minister of Tourism, which in that presentation, which is video, you can see the video. In that presentation, he promised that he will evaluate with us about what we are doing with regard to sustainability every quarter, every 4 months. So, and I think he means, I don't know if his times allows it, or his duties allowed, but I think he's aware of all these things and he's promoting these things. So it's a plus that we have a young guy in this position. I think it's a plus, I believe.
It was another question, and then
why the big hotels in Cyprus do not recycle and don't have a recycling?
Okay. Sometimes in our projects we very much emphasize in reduction. So reduction. But there are the facilities that they are provided to the hotels are not there sometimes. So sometimes this is the idea. We try to encourage, for example, I don't know, somebody mentioned about the waste. One of the biggest problems for the climate change is the food waste. And if you count the waste in terms of emissions, countries is China and the United States. The third country, if you count it as a country, is the food waste produced all over the world. We're talking about a 7 billion industry if people address the food waste. And the production of the food, how much we waste and the production of the food. And there is a lot of things that we can do with our tavernas, and we are learned to put more on the table and then we throw them away. There are so many things that we can address about the food waste. The hotels are getting better. The hotels are getting better, by the way. They are getting better because I've been in the hotel industry for 30 years. So we are getting better. And there are hoteliers that are members of CSTI, that are members of ours. They are getting better, and they also are supposed to have a program, sustainability program, that they are forced to have it. It's either Green Globe or Green Key or Travel Life. There are programs that they are supposed to address the issues of sustainability. So this is
Okay, we're going to close this session. We're going to have a half-hour lunch eventually, and we're reaching in time, so we're not getting that late. Please stay up to the end in order to make a discussion. I mean, it's a good thing we are late because there was a discussion more than we were expected. And we realized that we need to, focus on specific topics and give special attention to one sector, not to everything. But this is for our feedback. So the lunch will be held upstairs. You can follow us. It's when you're getting out of the elevator on your left. So yeah.
Εντάξει. Ξέρεις, σίγουρα τις δουλειές, δεν είναι τόσο εύκολο. Αύριο έχουμε ένα συνέδριο για τα πλαστικά που είναι να μπει ο νόμος. Πρέπει να βάλει μαζί με την κλαίρια. Δηλαδή αύριο έχουμε και καλά παραδείγματα. Ξέρετε, γίναμε με στο ρίξ ένα πρόγραμμα που έχουν και recycling μέσα στα δωμάτια. Προχωρούμε. Εντάξει, αύριο το Υπουργείο θα είναι μαζί μας για ένα πρόγραμμα για να πούμε την νέα νομοθεσία για το πλαστικό και ορισμένα ακόμα να παξιονούν. Και πρέπει να μειώσουν το πλαστικό. Δηλαδή, τα ξενοδοχεία, ας πούμε κάτι, τα ξενοδοχεία θα πρέπει.
Θα σου πω κάτι, τον πλένει να τα πλένεις και να τα ξαναπλένεις, η σπατάλη του νερού, εντάξει, είναι πιο σοβαρή.
Είναι δοκιμασμένο.
Είναι τα θέματα, είναι πολλά δύσκολα θέματα. Το πρόβλημα είναι να μην γίνεται σπατάλη από την αρχή. Δεν πρέπει να έχουμε πάρα πολλά προβλήματα, συνείδηση. Τώρα θα σου εγκάρτα μου γιατί να σας ενημερώσω.
Ένα παράδειγμα, ένα απλό παράδειγμα. Δεν έχω κάτι.
Αντίχουλα το mails, αλλά να τα πιάσουμε απλά για να σου δείξω.
Ένα παράδειγμα να πούμε να σε δείξω. Είχε ένα ξενοδοχείο που ήταν όλοι εκεί. Καταλάβαμε 1.000 μπουκάλια νερό την ημέρα. Πλαστικά. Γιατί μες στη συμφωνία ήταν να κάνει νερό κάθε φορά που ο κόσμος. Εντάξει, το λοιπά. Πήγαμε με βαλιτσίνη, βάλε και την γοστέ και με βάλε πλαστικά. Παιδιά βάλε κομικάρτες και λοιπά. Εγκλείδωσε 1.100 μπουκάλια την ημέρα. Διότι δεν έπιανε λεφτά.
Έλα σου πω όμως, έτυχε και οικονομικό και το
αλλά να μην δηλαδή στην Κύπρο λίγο αράγουν νερό. Δεν παράγουν. Παράγουν πλαστικά. Από χωριάδες κάνουν και εγώ και εμείς δεν μας κάνουν νερό.
Αλλά το νερό δεν είναι σε πολλά μεγάλο.
Γιατί εγώ αγόρασα και
δεν είχαν business. Εμείς το 2010 το 2010 εμείς πήγαμε και δώσαμε Μια έτοιμη τσάντα, σε όσους εμείς 10 μέρες τέτοια μερικά ξέρουν, για να ζητάμε τούτοι στο shopping center, και που τότε συζητούσαν το 10, προτού να δεν βάλει ο Α10 ή ο καφέ ή οτιδήποτε άλλο, το 10. Αλλά χάνουν κάποιοι τα λεφτά. Χάνουν λεφτά. Και πιέζουν και χάνουν λεφτά. Δηλαδή τώρα δεν είναι να χάσουν λεφτά. Αν σταματήσει να παράγει εδώ, αντί να φωνάζεις, εγώ να πει αντί να φωνάζεις, πρέπει να πεις άλλο πρόβλημα να κάνεις και προχώρα παρακάτω. Γιατί κάποια σημαίνει να στεναχτεί.
Ναι, γιατί κάποια σημαίνει να τελειώσει την να σας πω, επειδή εμείς την εξοικονόμηση βασικά τον τρόπο διαχείρισης της τροφής μέσα στα ξενοδοχεία, στην κουζίνα, δηλαδή την χρήση των αστυνομικών προϊόντων, λιγότερα προϊόντα εισαγωγής κτλ. Αλλά διατηρώντας το στάνταρ των high class, ας πούμε 5 κτλ. Και μετά εκτός του το φίλου, δηλαδή και τα υπόλοιπα. Τούτα τα προγράμματα σε κλίμα δεν ξέρω αν έχετε κάνει πιλωτικά κτλ.
Εμείς είχαμε κάνει ένα πρόγραμμα
αφορά την κυκλική γαστρονομία.
Ένα application, το οποίο είναι για να...
Και χρηματοδοτήσουμε την ανάπτυξη, δεν είναι να χρηματοδοτήσουμε.
Κάναμε και ένα πρόγραμμα με την ανάπτυξη, κάναμε καθηγητικό εξωτερικό, το waste market. Waste market, χαρτογράφηση των αποβλήτων. Για να λύσεις το πρόβλημα. Ναι, αλλά για να λύσεις το πρόβλημα, πρέπει να το αντικρίσεις. Και στην περίπτωση πρέπει να καταλάβει πόσο είναι πεπάσουσι. Πόσο είναι πεπάσουσι, είτε ταξινομική είτε οτιδήποτε. Αν το λύσουν το πρόβλημα, να το ξέρω. Υπάρχουν και applications στο εξωτερικό που τα βάζεις, μετράς τους και μειώνεις το. Και πετύσεις πάρα πολύ.
Εγώ δεν είμαι εξαρτούσιο του προηγούμενου με τον ανθρωπιστές.
Ένα από τα μεγάλα.
Ναι, αλλά το θέμα είναι και η διαχείριση πριν το φωτές. Δηλαδή να μην έχεις τόσο πολύ φωτές. Δηλαδή και το...
το food waste είναι ένα που το ετοιμάζεις. Δεν είναι ένα που βάλει στο καλό.
Αλλά και το μπουφέ στα ξενοδοχεία είναι μεγάλο ζήτημα, γιατί ο κόσμος και το ότι ας πούμε είναι σιόλιο.
Υπάρχει διαφορετική άποψη για το άποψη ότι θυμούμε τετρίνες στο γενικό μου. Η άποψη είναι αυτό που είναι όταν είσαι να βαΐσεις 600 άτομα, δεν τους έκαμε τι να έκαμε. Θα έχεις παραπάνω από εσάς να έκαμε σε plate. Ναι, είναι τούτη η αλλά υπάρχει...
Να μην σερβίρει το κόσμο τόσο πολλά όταν αντιλαμβάνεται την αξία της ενημέρωσης. Ναι, ακριβώς.
Παρτουσό.
Πολύ παράδειγμα.
Έχει το μέγεθος του πιάτου.
Ακριβώς, όλα.
Το μέγεθος του πιάτου, το μέγεθος του... Στην Κύπρο εγώ έφτιασα πήγα σε ένα εστιατόριο στο ηλεκτρικό, ένας κόμπος ήταν γεμάτο και άρχισα να πάω και εγώ να σκέφτομαι να τσιμπήσω. Είχα την πασίδα να σκάβω ότι δεν θα πνίξει πουλά, τα μισά δεν έξω. Και νομίζω ότι έφτιαξε τα ίδια και...
Το τρόπο του σέρβις πολλές φορές.
Σωστά.
Να σε βάλω σε κόμμα να σου κάνεις φωτογραφία του όχι, το πιέσετε. Καλή να ναι. Ξέρω ότι αν έχει αρκετό φως, αλλά δεν πειράζει. Εντάξει, από εδώ να πω τι να πει. Προσπαθώ και εγώ. Και από τη μέση και πάνω να δει, δεν πειράζει. Δεν πειράζει. Όχι, βγάζει την όπως μου την έφυγα, δεν είναι πιο πολύ. Thank you. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστώ.
So ground floor. Ground floor che è l'usina ristorante. Ground floor. Passo dalla κάνουν σιγαρέτες. Θες να πούνε εδώ μέσα? Ναι. Όλα το κάνουν σιγαρέτες. Και αυτό πρέπει να βάζω εκεί. Να πάρω αυτό εγώ. Και αυτά τα δύο τα μικρά, Κυριακό, βάζω τα πίσω εδώ. Εντάξει. Θα τα χρειαστούν έτσι έξω χώρο. Τα τραπέζια τα ποσά τα θέλουνε.
Δεν ξέρω, sorry.
Ναι, κάπως. Άνοιξε τα ρόλια. Ναι, ένα μισό με ένα ποτήρι. Ένα κούλερ με τα ποτήρια και ένα νερό. Εντάξει. Αυτά. Έχουμε έξτρα καρέκλες, έξτρα καρέκλες. Τι έχεις. Έχω τέτοιο στο καθένα. Και αν έχει έξτρα καρέκλες θα τις φύγω. Εντάξει.
Πολύ χρόνο, Να είσαι τώρα γι' αυτό. Θα μάθουμε κι άλλο αυτό, Ναι, δεν τα φάμε μαζί, γιατί είναι ένας χαμός είναι. Θα βάλουμε ποτήρια και αυτά όλα. Ποτήρια θα πούσουμε. Τώρα αυτά ξέρεις μπαίνουν. Κύριε, εσύ νόησε αυτά είναι, αυτά. Και εγώ θα φέρω ποτήρια. Ποτήρια, είναι καθαρά, πρέπει να θες καθαρά. Ποτήρια χαμηλά, θα το χαμηλό ποτήρι. Ποτήρια χαμηλά. Και κούλερ μεγάλο, μόνο γρήγορα. Αυτά. καταθέσει.
Θα παίρνεις, ναι, τα κάνατορες, αλλά μπορείς να ακούγεται εδώ στη μέση, στο κέντρο, και γύρω, δηλαδή εδώ θα πάρεις από τη δαχτυλούδα από την πεδάλα μέσα.
All right, good afternoon. I'd like to be as quickly as possible. However, my comment for what I hear from you with regard to gender equality, with regard living together, the two communities living
το YouTube live πάει ακόμα, ναι.
Ναι.
Δηλαδή ακόμα presentations.
Ναι, και να μειώσω το χρόνο των άλλων για να τελειώσουμε το 3,5 τελευταίο παραπάνω. Δηλαδή, έχεις ένα USB μαζί σου?
Εδώ. Έχω χάρτης, ναι. Τώρα έχουμε δύο παρουσιάσεις.
Δύο παρουσιάσεις στο roundtable στο Γιάννη.
Το roundtable δεν το φαντάζεσαι.
Κοιτάξτε, δεν χρειάζεται να εστιάσεις κάπου, νομίζω να γίνεται μια συζήτηση ανάμεσα σε όλους, ένα γενικό πλάνο και εγώ.
Σε όλη απλά να πω σίγουρα.
Ναι, χρειάζεται.
Ναι, οκ. Έλα. How will I get my certificate since I'm not allowed to come to Southside? Και να ακολούθησε ρε.
Είδα μαζί.
Αναγκιά μου στα αρχαία, να σκέφτομαι να κάνω το brightness του projector και το βάρθια.
Τι?
Στα αρχαία νομίζω ότι φαίνεται
είναι πειρασμό, ξενό,
projector, αλλά ήταν απλά το brightness του projector. Μεριγέντο.
Ελπίζω να σε βρει. Χάσαμε τους σίγουρους. Νομίζω βλέπετε.
Non c'è tu mi single
Guys, maybe you lost your box. If you remember which is
All the boxes are the same,
Do you have anything in your box? We change a little bit. Do you have any specific or any box?
Quizás solo les iría.
If you get something particular yours, we can change it.
Okay, should I just look here? No. Oh, this one's mine. Okay, mine was orange, so I never. Oh, this one's orange. This one's orange, so I keep the orange and the green. This is the green one. Oh, is that a green one? This one's
If you have anything specific in your box, guys, if you have anything in your box, just let us know, okay? You put something on it. Okay. Can you please check the notebook in case there's something written or real someone else? You find her? You can check here actually, and the ones of the speakers, they have this inside, so we know for sure. Somebody will have to finish it. The speakers.
Έχει ένα μπορεί να το δει.
Esto es el speaker bundle. Hermano mío. someone misses his bag or her bag, then we have some of them here. Your speakers.
Είμαστε πάρα πολύ σε λεπτές, αυτό είναι τηλέφωνο. Περιβαλλοντικά.
Guillermo, would you like to join us? Okay, I'm going to expect you to get your copies and we're going to start again. Is everybody ready? Hello everyone. I will need some time to get your attention again. Maybe more time. Hello everyone. Shall we start so we will work towards the end? We have two pending sessions, the one from Eleni Karaoli and the other from Kemi Kuizu. Eleni Karaoli is representing the Anti-National Poverty Network in Cyprus. I got it right?
National Anti-Poverty Network.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I missed my notes somewhere. Okay, you can take the step and talk more about it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today I'm here with you as Vice Chair of the National Anti-Poverty Network and as well as Vice Chair of the European Anti-Poverty Network. I will just tell you briefly that the Cyprus Anti-Poverty Network was created exactly in order to become a member of the European Anti-Poverty Network. It's a network organization of other NGOs and we collectively work towards end of poverty, the elimination of poverty and social exclusion, because poverty and social exclusion go together. Let's start the presentation then. So, Kofi Annan said that peace and prosperity cannot be achieved without partnerships involving governments, international organizations, business community, and civil society. In today's world, he said, we depend on each other. And why I say that, and why I do have SDG 17 over there and not the poverty SDG. Because we have to encourage and promote effective public-private, and civil society partnerships in order to achieve all SDGs. So, what we will discuss today, we'll discuss about poverty, but I will also want to raise the issue of how all of us together can be part in decision making, in policy making, and in order to have a sustainable action plan. I would like to thank also the Youth for Exchange and Understanding and Youth of Action and Sustainability. I don't know if there was before another discussion that includes the whole aspect of SDGs, a public discussion, and we need it a lot. So, Agenda 2030 is an inspirational plan to prioritize people and share prosperity. It was adopted by all United Nations and is delivered through the 17 goals. It provides a new universal, social, and sustainable global agenda that is balancing the three dimensions of sustainable development, that is economy, social, and environmental. What we should understand is that eradication of poverty is a prerequisite for all other goals. Eradicating poverty in all its forms and dimensions, including extreme poverty, as it's stated in the goal, is the greatest global challenge and an inspirational requirement for sustainable development. It's very important for all of us to understand that when we discuss poverty, at least 9 of the SDGs are essential for the fight against poverty. European Union has already committed to implement the SDGs through internal and external policies. And the new president of the European Commission has declared that the SDGs should form the framework refocusing the European semester. European semester, for those that don't know, is the annual targets for each one of our governments that are in European Union regarding social development and social issues. What is poverty? The notes I'm sharing today with you, it's what it comes out of the work of the European Anti-Poverty Network. So, poverty is the denial of fundamental human rights, economic, social, and culture. There is a moral and political imperative to challenge and change it with and for people at risk of poverty and social inclusion. People experiencing poverty and social exclusion lack adequate income, resources, and access to public and private services that are fundamental for decent life. So poverty is not an abstract. When people cannot access the living standard and style of life considered acceptable in the society which we live, they face more difficulties in living a life in dignity. Therefore, for each country or region, we have created indicators with which we count poverty. I'm not going to tell you today about our OPE indicator or how we count poverty or people at risk of poverty. I will share with you some thoughts and how, as European Anti-Poverty Network, we propose that the European Agenda 2030 moves forward, especially the post-COVID European agenda. And then we will discuss how, as a society in a whole, we can move forward. So, poverty, as I said, goes hand in hand with social exclusion. Therefore, when discussing poverty, we also need to have in mind that poverty is multidimensional. Recognizing the multidimensional concept of poverty is essential in wider psychological, social, cultural, as well as economic effects of poverty. When discussing poverty and strategies, we also need to consider social exclusion. We didn't have the time to discuss this aspect with Mr. Alexandru from the Labour Department, because it would be very interesting to discuss with him all these issues. The concept of social exclusion is essential in recognizing that people are pushed out or to the margins and don't just fall out. The concept of social inclusion is also necessary to develop effective approaches to combating poverty. This is a preamble from the SDGs, ladies and gentlemen. And the first line says that this agenda is a plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. And in the preamble, it has the 5 pieces I said. These are the principles of the SDGs: planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. People is in the center. Therefore, we are determined to end poverty and hunger, they say in the SDGs. We are determined to protect the planet from degradation. We are determined to ensure that all human beings can enjoy prosperity and fulfilling. We are determined to foster peaceful, just, and inclusive societies, it continues. And finally, it says that we are determined to mobilize the means required to implement this agenda, and with participation of all countries, all stakeholders, all people. This is the goal. I will not read it. As I said, there are thresholds and indicators. From the first goal, that is end poverty, to the last one, all sustainable goals, if achieved, will be a way forward succeeding the first one, ending poverty, for all and everywhere. That's why it's a poverty cut-setting goal for all the other goals. The targets set out in the SDGs worldwide, regionally, as well as nationally, are not easy to achieve. Further, each sustainable goal has other targets on more specific issues, many times breaking down in different smaller thematic. For these reasons, common, joint, and mutual efforts at all levels is needed if we want to reach these targets. This is the greatest challenge. How can we build common, joint, and mutual efforts that will lead to achieving those targets? I will not go through the targets for poverty and its eradication, it's known. I will just make some comments on how poverty is today. This is from the United Nations webpage. According to estimates, in 2015, 10% of the world's population, that is 734 million people, lived on less than $1.9 a day. The good news is that the share of world's workers living in extreme poverty reduced from 2010 to 2019 from 17% to 7%. So there was a progress. However, and this is before COVID, baseline projections suggested that
even before the COVID time, 6% of the global population would still be living in extreme poverty by 2030. So we knew from before the COVID that the goal to reduce poverty everywhere and for all, with the speed that we had, it was not going to be succeeded. 8 out of 10 new poor are in middle-income countries. This is very worrying. And it's projected that around 600 million people will still live in extreme poverty, the 6% we said. The COVID pandemic has severely impacted the informal economy, where the vast majority of working poor are employed. It's a new term, working poor or in work poverty, and we know it as well in Cyprus that the salaries that especially younger generation has, it's salaries that is not above the poverty threshold. This crisis also has a disproportionate impact on the livelihoods of young and female workers, who already had a much higher likelihood to live in poverty, because, and usually this is how I start some of my speeches, poverty has a gender, and it's female. And it reminded me when, was it Christina, that you said that the pandemic has a gender, and again it's female. So younger people are more affected, and by 2020, 47% of the global population were effectively covered by at least one social protection cash benefit. The countries that didn't have any social protection benefits were the countries that had the most severe impact of their population because of the pandemic and of the job losses and of the close down. And it's during the pandemic that the lack of social states and the lack of structures in our societies and the need of these structures came out. We estimate that because of the pandemic, we will have another 120 million people in poverty this year and the next years. The same estimations say that up to 10 million additional girls at risk of child marriage in the next decade will be a result of the pandemic. 10 million girls will be to forced marriage, that usually the age of 10 and 12. And I will connect poverty with climate. Natural disasters are increasing poverty and are influencing the poor even more. And as the estimate from the United Nations report says that 23.6 billion is the direct economy losses. As I said, there was a slow progress. We had two main dimensions before the COVID that were influencing and were the reason for the pandemic: conflicts and climate change. Now we added to that the pandemic. During the pandemic, we see the importance of the social protection systems. We are lucky because we live in a country that, yes, it's not a kingdom, we don't have the best social system. However, we do have a social system that, we have to admit, it reacted quite fast when they needed to. So there was protection of the jobs. We've seen some benefits there and of the income. And we've seen that they try to protect the health of the people, of the community. Still, 4 billion people worldwide are living without any social protection. I will skip this. This is what European Union is doing. I mean, Europe 2020 strategy that it was agreed in 2010 said that we will. The target was to reduce poverty for at least 20 million people by 2020. And that was, I mean, during the crisis of 2008, we had 123 million people in poverty in the European Union only. I mean, of course, you understand that this goal was not reached. Not only we reduced poverty, but the poverty was increased. And according to the Commission's strategy for simplicity, it will even rise more for about 5% because of the COVID. Now, these are numbers for European Union, okay? Some of the strategies of the European Union, it's the Green Deal, it's the European Pillar of Social Rights. This is the primary target when it comes to social issues. European semester and country-specific recommendations are there with 20 principles. And of course, we have the gender policy of the European Union. This is the proposal from the European Anti-Poverty Network regarding the reduction of poverty. We say that in order to have results, we need to have and to be more ambitious, not less ambitious. We have to have a percentage target. We cannot leave it abstract. We need to have a number there. We need to capture the multidimensionality of poverty, relative and absolute, and we have to ensure continuity and comparability with the current EU indicators. We need to be complemented by inequality targets. That's why I raised the question in the morning. Unless we also know inequality, how can we tackle poverty? We can't. Poverty and equality are together. And we need to support by additional indicators and targets. What is the role of our societies? We have seen the statement by the former Secretary General, Kofi Annan. There is another very good document regarding the involvement and the importance of civil society, and that comes out of the Council of Europe recommendation on NGOs, when it states that non-governmental organizations make an essential contribution to the development, realization, and continued survival of democratic societies. They make an invaluable contribution to the achievement of the aims and principles of the United Nations and of the State of Council of Europe. Civil society and NGOs are actively involved in combating challenges related to environment, education, health, poverty, women, child protection, social justice, human rights. They work to promote social or political challenge and change on a broad scale, nationally, internationally, or very locally. Civil society organizations play a critical part in developing society, improving communities, and promoting citizen participation. In a micro role, civil societies can influence the policy making about social welfare, resource transfer, and further democratic processes. These are even more crucial when policy discussions are dominated by policy elites. Civil society and NGOs bring an outside voice to broad policy and policy environment. The collective interest pursued through our organizations and the civil society organizations have a common factor. They all contribute to the development and well-being of the society as a whole through their action, the development and realization of democracy, securing social objectives. Jeremy Rifkin is a political advisor, and he said that while politicians traditionally divide society into polar spectrum, that's two polars, running the marketplace on one side and government on the other side, it is more accurate to say that society is a three-legged stool made up of the market sector, government, and civil sector. The first leg creates market capital, essential. Without money, we cannot work. The second leg creates public capital, and the third leg creates social capital. Of the three legs, the oldest, the most important, but the least acknowledged is the third sector. The point to emphasize is that the primary resource that makes up social capital is human energy extended to others to create social good. That's why we are all here today. This is SDG 17, strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. And goal 17.17 states that we need to encourage and promote effective public-private and civil society partnerships building on the extents and resourcing strategies and partnerships. Dear friends, if we want to see the global targets, the national targets, the regional targets being reached, it's important to see the large picture, the forest, all SDGs together, and not the one tree, one target. We have to work with them collectively. Active civil society includes NGOs, groups that work for all of the SDGs. The knowledge in this room alone today, it was immense. We need to find a way together to work with the other two sectors. Recently, I came out with a quote and a speech of Greta Thunberg. She gave an interview to the Financial Times in April. And when closing, she said that we need to treat the climate crisis like a real crisis and react the same way Global responded to the health pandemic crisis. And I think it's something our previous speaker also said. Unless we treat the crisis for climate as well as the other crisis, the war crisis and the climate crisis, as a pandemic and react yesterday the same way we reacted for the pandemic, we will not be able to reach the goals. To be able to even be near the targets by 2030, we need to find bold, brave, and daring solutions. Put together drastic policies and radical action plans that will likely change our way of living as we know it. To do that, we need collaborations and cooperation as a society. All stakeholders, government, business sector, and civil society. For this, it's essential to raise awareness to people and create public opinion for the need of these changes. If we want real change to happen, we need to actually, for real, realize where we are, acknowledge the crisis, and implement policies and solutions that will bring us closer to the targets. We need to create alliances and cooperations. And the comment I've made earlier in the morning that our government didn't have a public consultation on the resilience plans of the Republic to come out of the crisis. It's $450 million euros that are coming to Cyprus. I don't want this million to go to build buildings. I want to be given to the society. I want to see a sustainable development, not building on the case in Paphos. In 10 years, the water will be there and the villas will drop down. Who will pay for that? Who will compensate the rich people that bought that? Us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to our last very patient speaker, Sigeli Polisi, presenting Fashion Revolution Cyprus. And actually, with her, we're going to make the concluding remark. Unfortunately, we have exceeded time, but it's a good thing. I only see it as a positive outcome of this conference. So you take the steps, and then we're going to make a conclusion.
Great.
Here you go.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Where is that?
I'm going to.
Hi everyone, it's an honor to be here. Thank you very much for inviting us. I'm Kelly Koulizo, I'm the country coordinator of Fashion Revolution Cyprus. I'm also a member in the national coordination team of Fashion Revolution Greece. I know that you have heard really serious issues, and fashion kind of looks like out of space somewhere here. You should know that fashion is not as glamorous as we all think. It has to do with many important issues. It has to do with child labor. It has to do with human trafficking, with the pollution of the environment. We are dealing with really serious issues that have to do with each and every one of us. So what I want to show you today is I don't want to take time to explain the SDGs. I suppose all the previous speakers covered this. What we should do is to change our mindset as consumers and to collaborate with these organizations to figure out how to solve this. Because if you think about it, the fashion industry is a business. The business model that we have seen so far is not sustainable. The business is there to make profit. It's up to us to show the business that we don't care about the profit, we care about the planet and our fellow humans. So we should find a way to figure this out. So let me tell you what Fashion Revolution is. It's the greatest fashion activist movement in the world. It started in 2013 after the Rana Plaza collapse in Bangladesh, where 1,300 people were killed. They were sewing clothes for the greatest fashion brands in the world. More than 2,000 people were severely injured or lost their limbs. And the response of the huge brands was that we didn't know who was sewing our clothes there. So, Fashion Revolution has a huge impact in the world. We have local groups in more than 100 countries. We are the local team in Cyprus. We are all volunteers. We're passionate people who want to help improve this whole situation. What we do in Fashion Revolution is mobilizing the citizens, the fashion industry and the policymakers through our research, education and advocacy work such as digital or physical campaigns and collaborations with like-minded organizations or influential institutions, like what we're doing today. We are a global movement of people who make the fashion industry work. We are the people who make the fashion, the clothes, and we are the people who wear the clothes. We're on both sides, sorry, I'm short.
No.
I'm short.
Sorry to interrupt, he's just making a lot of noise in the YouTube live.
Okay, thank you. So at Fashion Revolution, what we realized is that the fashion industry is opaque and exploitative. With the power given by the internet and the social media, we found a way to raise awareness because it's for free and it's fast. And we found a way to change the producers and the consumers' mindset. We realized that there is a need for transparency, empathy, and solidarity. So what we do is to ask two simple questions. It's really simple. We ask, who made my clothes? Referring to the workers who are sewing our clothes. And then we ask, what's in my clothes? Sorry, I should move this. These are the two questions that we ask. It's super simple. Every year around the 24th of April, which is the anniversary for the tragic collapse, we have Fashion Revolution Week. During this week, we all wear our clothes inside out. We show our labels, and we tag our favorite brand and ask them, who made my clothes and what's in my clothes? Referring to the composition of our clothes, because the composition is extremely important as well, because most of the materials are polluting. So, if you want to find out, I won't tell you anymore because I don't want to waste any more time. If you want to find out more about us, you can visit www.fashionrevolution.org or follow us on Instagram and Facebook, Fashion Revolution Cyprus, or from what I understand, we have many from many countries people here, so you can follow the local team of your countries and reach out and maybe become volunteers as well there. And if you are in Cyprus, we're glad to have you with us too. So let's see, what do the SDGs have to do with the fashion industry? The greatest problem that we have seen is over-consumerism and overproduction. Due to the fast fashion culture, we developed new consumer habits. We buy cheap garments because we think it's a good bargain, or because we cannot afford to buy the more expensive ones. We buy as many as we can because this is the mindset of being fashionable. We wear them very few times and then we throw them away, either because we're bored of them or because they are out of fashion, they're not trendy anymore. The result is that we have lost the connection with the whole process of the supply chain. The supply chain are all the steps needed to create the garment, because we don't realize that all garments are handmade. You don't put the textile in the oven and then you get a t-shirt. Someone has to grow the cotton, someone has to make the yarn, someone has to make the fabric, then you have the seamstress, then you have to take the garment to the country that you want to buy it, shipping costs and stuff. So you have many stages in the whole process. And this is a high price for the planet and for the workers, the cheap prices that we demand. So let's see the two first, actually all the SDGs have to do with the fashion industry. I wanted to focus on these three to gain some time. So we have no poverty and decent work and economic growth. I suppose you understand what they have to do with fashion. When we demand fast clothes, fast-made clothes and cheap, it's like we are forcing the fashion factories owners to find cheap material, which means not good quality material, and to press the producers to not pay the workers for the production of the fabrics. So this is a chain that affects all the workers in the whole process. And this is a pressure for the producers too, because if they don't drop the prices and become competitive, they will lose the contract and their competitor will get it. So they're kind of stuck in this place too, because of our demand and because of what we show that we need. So this leads to people being exploited by the producers who want to sell at a low price, and this goes on for the whole supply chain, like I said. So what we can do to help them, and what we can do to help us out too. First of all, you can ask the brands, show them that you care. You have the internet, you have the social media, you have many ways to contact directly with them. So show them that you care. Ask them, who made my clothes and what's in my clothes? If you want to choose new designers, or you want to choose a sustainable, fashionable way, make a research on internet. Choose certified brands. Check them out if they do something for the workers or if they do something about their materials. Be aware, we have two new terms appearing the last years. It's called greenwashing and talk washing. Greenwashing is that we have many brands that consider sustainability as a trend, So they tell you that they have organic fabrics or eco-friendly fabrics and stuff like that, but when they don't use these kind of fabrics. We have many examples to tell you about it. And pork washing is when they say they support marginalized people and groups of people and stuff like that, and suddenly you realize that you bought a t-shirt which says gender equality, for example, and this t-shirt was sewn by a woman who was working for 16 hours a day and wasn't allowed to go for her break. So you do understand the connection and what it means, pork washing. In Fashion Revolution, if you go to the global www.fashionrevolution.org, you will see the Fashion Transparency Index. This is a project that started a couple of years ago. During the first years, we only had 50 brands participating. This year, we had almost 200. This is a research where they took the fashion brands that have the greatest sales in the world, and they evaluated them and gave them some ranks. Last year, the highest score for a brand was 60% out of 100. As you can see, it's a good number because it's about 50%, but it's kind of low. We expect more. But the positive thing is that from 50 we went to 200, which means that the brands listen. They understand that the demand wants a more sustainable way, so they try to change that. They try to figure out a way to be profitable and to be sustainable at the same time. I don't know whether they will achieve that, but at least they try. Another project that we do here in Cyprus, we started it last year, it's called Sustainable Routes. It's an interactive map on Google where we have put colorful pins all over Cyprus from sustainable brands or initiatives or organizations that we found on our way. And we put them in the map because usually the most common question that we receive is where should I buy clothes, what should I do to be educated? So we made this map. It's an ongoing project. We ask for people to send us information or to contact us to add them in the map. And this is a very nice project. We have volunteers on this project. Whoever wants to participate is more than welcome as well. And now let's speak about, I forgot the address, the elephant with YEU. Okay, we did an awesome campaign on November with YEU. It was called Address the Elephant. We were all wearing this amazing pink mask with the elephant. And this is a photo in the most public market street in Limassol. And you can see all the stores there, and you know it's a commercial street. And you suddenly saw a pink elephant with Who Made My Clothes walking around in the street. There were a lot of photos, there were a lot of comments, and it was a very cool activity. What else do I have to tell you here? Also we have Raise Your Voice Festival. It started in 2018 in Athens. It's a collaboration of Fashion Revolution Greece, Fashion Revolution Cyprus, and 50 more organizations. It started with 50 organizations in Greece that have to do with human trafficking and climate change. This was the third year that we did this. According to a minister from Canada, it was the first time that a festival took place globally where you could see all the NGOs that usually are fighting each other in order to get funds. They were underneath the same roof. They were supporting each other for a common goal. I was there, the vibe was amazing. People were coming, touching my hands, crying and saying it's awesome. We had a forum with people that had to do with these issues, very important people discussing about these matters. We had a market with sustainable designers. We had a market with refugees and immigrants who were proud of their heritage and their culture. And they were showing us African braids, jewelry, garments, whatever you can imagine. We had classes of African dance and Syrian dance and from all over the world. And we had the food hall as well. Again, ethnic cuisine, vegan cuisine, Greek cuisine, whatever you can think of. A little bit of, like the Raise Your Voice Festival, we did here in Nicosia. in collaboration with our project and those two chants. It was the Fashion Awareness Festival, which was really successful. It was our first festival here in Cyprus. We had as well the Commissioner of the Environment. We had people that came over and spoke to us. We had the NGOs. And at the end we had an amazing catwalk with sustainable designers. Because we do have sustainable designers in Cyprus. This is the photo down there on the right. These are teenage dancers who were inspired by a movie of Fashion Revolution and made a very nice choreography. So I should go on, sorry. I suggest that you take a photo. When I first saw this, I took a photo and I had it always on my mobile. This has to do with responsible consumption and production, SDG number 12. So far, we were used to the linear economy. We would create something and throw it in the trash. Then recycling came along. We would create something and throw them in the recycling bins, even though some of them cannot be recycled. Now, what we try to do is to support the circular economy. We try to figure out a way to create fashion or create products in general, having in our mind that we will either use as a raw material something that was initially meant to go to the landfills, or you will create something that will go on and on and on and on, and you can use it in many different ways until only one thread remains and there is no reason to keep it anymore. This is the circular mindset with simple words. So we suggest, when the people ask us, what can I do? I can't afford to buy sustainable brands. I can't, mostly the most common problem is that they can't afford to buy sustainable brands. So we show them this pyramid. First of all, use what you have. The most common observation that I have made is that because we have too many garments in our closet, we eventually get bored of them. So what I suggest is take the garments that you're bored of, put them in the closet, and take them out of the closet 1 year later. You will see that you will wonder, why did I put it there? You will see that it was okay, it had nothing about it. So use what you have, borrow, swap, thrift, make your own if your hands are capable to do it, or buy. Buy is the last step. You have all these steps before that, before being forced to buy something. Love your seamstress, love the guy that mends your shoes, love your grandma, your mother, whoever can mend or repair your clothes. You don't have to buy new ones. This is it, okay. These are some case studies that I wanted to share with you. On the top left we have Cherry and Mint. This is a Cypriot brand. The designer, when she got in contact with us, Zoe Philippou, she realized the need for more sustainable materials. So now we are proud to say that in her collections, the majority of her items are organic. And at the same time, she collaborated with Ifes Handmade Bags. This is another Cypriot brand. Stephanie Constantinou is the designer. She gave her scraps instead of throwing them away, and she created new bags. And this was a cool way to show two designers collaborating, having a zero-waste approach, and creating fashion, because their items are really cool if you check them out. The other thing that we do, we focus on schools. We go to schools talking to the kids about sustainability and what is hidden behind our garments. The most impressive reactions are from the kids in kindergarten and primary school. On the middle photo, you can see kids from the primary school. This is it's bilingual, and we have kids from India, from China, from Greece, from Romania, Russia, I don't know, wherever. And they all said in a video, who made my clothes in their native language. And they were super happy doing that, and they really understood what they were saying. And they were curious about it. And then down there you can see kids from kindergarten in Limassol. We spoke to them about child labor. We spoke to them about a story about a boy called Iqbal in Pakistan, somewhere in the 90s, who was eventually killed, but he was an activist at age 15. They were super angry. they were angry. When you ask them what should kids do, they shouldn't go to work, they should eat ice creams, they should play with dolls, they should do fun things. So the kids' understanding is really shocking, and they really do care. And this is one of our greatest bets, to make them understand what is going on in the world and to try to make it look better. And the last one that I'm going to show you is Fashion Revolution live speeches. They are currently running in Fashion Revolution Greece. We will do it in Fashion Revolution Cyprus as well. It's short speeches with experts or good practices as examples that we show to our public that there is a solution and it's already happening and there is people who do care about it. Here, for example, I have in the yellow square, this is Motivo, it's a Cypriot brand, it's a zero waste brand. They use military uniforms and work uniforms and create new garments. They're super cool, you should check them out too. And then in the coral square we have Pasikaf. It's I see your mask. Pasikaf is an organization who supports people who suffer from cancer, and they developed a circular fashion business model without them knowing it. And they came to us and we discussed about it and showed it to the public. These are the ones that I wanted to show you. We also have student ambassador. Whoever is in a school or wants to share this information with their community is welcome to come and get a free kit and educate his community too, or her. So I want to close with a quote said by Ursula de Castro. Ursula de Castro is one of the founders of Fashion Revolution. She says that the most sustainable garment is the one already in your wardrobe. That was from me. Thank you.
I got in front so it's not live. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for being the most patient audience. Thank you for being the most patient speakers. I would like to tell you if there are any questions, and then we can make a concluding remark. But I think we should give some space to them. Come on, Christina.
First of all, I would like to say to both of you wonderful, wonderful presentations, and especially to the last speaker. It was a fascinating and very insightful and very impactful work that you have presented. I think we should follow the example. And of course, Eleni, you showed how much knowledge you also you have. You always support the NGOs as our advocates. The Cyprus Women's Lobby, the Together group with the Syrian women in Paphos. Thank you both very much, and the Mediterranean Institute of Gender Studies would like to support both of your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, if we have no more questions, I will say that I will take these words from you, Christina. I think the whole point of this, it was actually to build partnerships. I mean, everybody here is sharing the same, let's say, vision. So it's really nice that we can stay longer or whatever, but I'm going to create an email sharing all the information with everyone. If some of you would like to share their presentation and everything, we can do that. And we're going to come up with a new idea on creating something for a follow-up of this conference. There's a lot of room for discussion. I'm really excited. I'm feeling, very emotional having this conference because it's really nice that you see that people are actually care. And for the first time, I don't feel alone. I mean, I feel that there are a lot of people that are working towards change. And I do believe in the partnership for the goals. And I think together we can actually reach this goal, not individually, but into collaboration, both non-governmental and governmental bodies. So thank you everyone for your patience, and looking forward to seeing you in future events. Thank you very much.
Everyone, last rounds of thank you to a very, very special person here. That is our Valanda. Our appreciation. And we have a very special participation certificate. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. And also have to thank Yorgos for his patience and the amazing work he done for everything. It took him an hour extra. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward really to see you in future events.